we're recording now. We're letting the folks in now.
Good evening. The time is 5 o'clock and the Finance Committee is officially open. I'd like to start with acceptance from the minutes. What I'm going to request at this time is for the council president. I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to request the council president who sat on that committee in the previous term, December 21, 2020 minutes. Council president, I'll make the motion. If you agree, you would second that. I make a motion to accept the minutes.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much. Now we move on to the January 6th meeting. May I have a motion for acceptance?
So moved.
Motion made,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Foley. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. The January 20th meeting, if I may have a motion?
Move to accept the minutes from the January 20th meeting.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Foley. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And may I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes February 1st?
Motion to accept the minutes February 1st.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Foley. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Bid item number 1. Thank you. Item number 1, 2018-251 Consulting Services Buckeye Brook permitting remedial action. I believe it. There it is. How you doing, Bill?
Good. How are you, Mr. Chairman?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good.
You have the floor.
Bill Facenti, Community Development Office. Members of the Finance Committee, I'm here before you to ask for a modification. Well, let me just back up a minute. Let me just apologize in advance. The contract that this is referring to expires on April 9th. I do apologize. It is not within the 3-month window. Unfortunately, it fell through the cracks. I just missed it in the spreadsheet that we get from purchasing. So I apologize for that.
And if I may say, William, I thank you for the apology. Technically, it's not necessary. I honestly, like you, we thought this was going to be remediated already back in October.
Right.
So understandable. So it's completely understandable, but I appreciate the follow-up. Thank you. Continue.
All right. So what I'm asking for this evening is a modification to the contract term, an increase in the spending authority to bid number 2018-251 to EA Engineering Services, increase of the spending authority of $36,407, and also asking for the contract expiration date to be extended 1 year to April 9th, 2022. The reason I did give you a cover sheet and EA's supporting documentation as to where the funds are going. The reason for the increase is the bids that we went out to bid for construction services. As the chairman knows, the other members of the Finance Committee don't realize this. We went out to construction services in April of 2020 to remediate some blockages in the Bucky Brook area adjacent to Warwick Pond. It's causing flooding of city infrastructure as well as an elevation in the height of Warwick Pond, which is causing issues to property owners abutting the pond. We went out to bid. All the bids that we received were in excess of our budgeted amounts. The reason for the increase or the in excess was the cost of disposal of the excavated material, the Phragmites, which is an invasive species, at the central landfill. was approximately 3 times the cost that we were anticipating. So that pretty much put an end to our bids. We had to reject all the bids. We went back to the drawing board with the consultant. She interviewed all of the vendors. There were 5 vendors that submitted a proposal. She went back to all of the vendors asking for cost-saving measures. In addition, the city has reached out to numerous different disposal facilities, alternate plans, including methane producing biomass burning facilities in Rhode Island, other alternate composting facilities. As of right now, all of those have proven to be not successful. We are looking at potentially storing it on around Airport Corporation's property, which this Brook segment, the segment of Bucky Brook, is within the outer perimeter, security perimeter of RIAC. It's on state land. We may be able to store it there, but that's a lot of hurdles. We're also looking at additional funding, grants from Clean Water Finance, and some other potential funding sources to move this project forward. Just not sure when that's going to happen. We're looking at rebidding this again. The time frame for the work to begin in accordance with our alteration to freshwater wetlands permit from DEM is only a small window from the end of July until the end of October. And after that, we cannot do any in-water work because of the Heron Run, the Buckies. It is an environmentally sensitive area. Not sure if anyone has any questions. It's pretty much, so I'm asking for an extension of the contract term to April 9th, 2022, and an increase in the contract amount of $36,000, $36,407. Of that, the majority of the cost is in the design and coordination, the redesign of some of the aspects of the initial bid. And then the rest is planning and regulatory, attending additional meetings, and also some bid administration.
Thank you, Bill. I have a quick question, and just to kind of the follow up. This does impact Ward 3. It also butts Ward 4, and I believe not Ward. I don't believe it goes into Ward 2, but I know Ward 4 and Ward 3, right, where the Warwick Pond is. This is what it affects when the water overflows. It has nowhere to go, and it seeps into the people's yards and kind of takes away some of their property that they have. The city has taken a proactive approach on this, though we are dealing with an infection that is actually on state property. And the reason why I bring that up is twofold. One, I want to let people know that the time that we've been dealing with this, we've had some infrastructure damage and we've had private property damage. So the number one thing that we're doing right now is to remediate and fix this. I wanted to secondly identify that we have reached out to the state, and we have reached out to the stakeholders within the state of the property to inform them of the issues that we as a city are taking on. And there is plans. I've been in discussion with the council president. There's been talk with the council president. There's been talk that has been coming up with the new administration concerning maybe a share or reimbursement. That's nothing official, but it's definitely being discussed, and it's definitely something that we're extremely interested in, seeing that this is a stream that runs through the city into state property and where the Formites are building up, and then also connects to an airport. So this is something now that I'm in support of, Bill, because it's got to be ratified. We got to fix it. It's going to cost us so much more in the long run to replace these roads and for the citizens that are dealing with this on their property. My follow-up is, though, you asked for it till April 2022. If the goal and the hope is to have this remediated by October, what's the plan then? Like, do we just cancel the contract come November, or is there a reason why we're going till April of 2022?
Well, this contract expires April 9th, 2021. So any of the construction administration, if we do award a contract, would not be able to be, I wouldn't be able to pay EA because construction administration is a portion of this, the original award. So in the original award, there was $23,654 of construction administration. So once the bid is awarded, they will be on site monitoring the construction because they have the expertise. I don't. So as a portion of the overall contract that EA is, we're committed to, we wouldn't be able to pay EA with this contract expiring in April. So I'm asking for another year. I'm hoping it will be remediated in this coming summer, but I just don't know. We're gonna have to go out to bid pretty soon. So that's the reason. The total contract originally, when it was approved, included meeting costs, permit and regulatory coordination, additional design, property coordination, bid administration, and construction oversight. These funds that I'm asking for are to cover everything that needs to be redone because we have to rebid this and redo some design work. We're not touching the construction administration. So if this, for some reason, does not go forward, we're not going to pay for the construction administration portion. That'll still be in the PO. It's just I need the extra money in order to pay them for their design and the rebid.
Makes sense. Thank you so much.
Just one other, sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
These are 2010 disaster recovery funds. So it's not coming out of the city's general fund either. So just wanted to let the new council people know that as well.
Right, but if there was a cost overrun, then we'd have to make up the difference, correct?
That would have to come from somewhere else, yes.
And that's what I mean. Thank you for your clarification. That's what I mean, where if it comes in higher than and that's what happened this past year. We had, I believe we had $1 million set aside. You can correct the numbers, but it went over that to have the Phragmites disposed of. Right. So therefore, it wasn't done this year. The project got postponed another year. So we're trying to find creative ways to make up the difference if that so becomes an issue again. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Right. The lowest bid we received was 1.2 million. And the highest bid we received was 1.7, almost 1.8. And those were unqualified bid amounts. So the average was 1.5. So we were about $500,000 short.
Right. So exactly. Well, thank you so much. And the biggest cost was what to do with the Phragmites, which is this aggressive, extremely aggressive and damaging basic plant, fungus, if you will.
Right.
So, all right. Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? I see no questions from the committee. I do see a hand up in the council. So Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Bill. How are you?
Good. How are you, Councilman?
Good. So how did this get so botched up with this bid process and the RFP? Who was responsible for the issues here of the monies, also of the disposal sites? I mean, this isn't the first time engineers and other folks deal with Phragmites, and you just can't dig them up and dispose them wherever you want. And right. There's restrictive timeframes when you can remove these invasive species. There's permits involved, et cetera, et cetera. So how did this get to be so botched up?
Right. So
and by the way, excuse me 1 minute. And a year later, we're looking at a lot more money just in terms of cost increases to get it done. It would have certainly been much cheaper if we would have been able to do it a year ago. So where's the accountability here?
So when you say botched up, let me just, so the engineer went out and did the bid for the design and the construction. What happened was when the engineer contacted Resource Recovery for the cost of disposal of the Phragmites, they were quoted the city's contract under the cap rate of $37 per ton. Okay, so how the disposal of solid waste works with the city of Warwick. The city of Warwick is allowed a certain amount of tonnage from the residential disposal of household waste. I believe it's around 25,000 tons annually at a certain dollar amount. Every ton after that, it jumps to another dollar amount. Right now in July, it's $85 a ton. What was quoted to the engineer when they gave us our cost estimate was the under the cap rate of $37. What was quoted to the contractors was the gate rate of solid waste disposal. So you or I going off the street bringing solid waste was $115 per ton. So that basically added $500,000 to the cost of the bid. If we have 6,000 plus or minus tons of Phragmites to dispose of, multiply that by $115 a ton, comes out to about $500,000. That's where the discrepancy, the difference between the 37 and the 115, that's the discrepancy. So the engineer was quoted at one price, the vendors or the contractors were quoted a different price. And we've gone back and forth on this project, whether we allow the vendors to utilize our cap rate of 30, right now it's $47 a ton. Or do we use the gate rate? Because what happens is if we bring 6,000 tons of material on July 1, the rest of the city is going to be responsible for disposing at a higher cost once we exceed that price. So we felt it was in the best interest of the city as a whole, since we're paying for this out of a grant, to not force the rest of the city to incur the cost of one project that was a grant. So that was the as you call it, the botch up, or the unknown. We didn't know how much we were going to be paying. The other issue is we haven't tested the soil. And so the contractors were adding a little bit of extra money, even though in the bid, it asks for, there are two different grades of contaminated soil. One you can still dispose of at the landfill, but it's contaminated. The other grade is it comes out of the ground and it is, it's bad. It needs to be shipped out of state, sent to the moon on a rocket, that type of thing.
Like dredging, it's like dredging.
Right. Yeah, so we had pricing in there for those, but the contractors, according to the engineer, were concerned about the unknown. What we're looking at now is trying to do some sampling, but in order to do the sampling, we also need to have the property owner's permission. Because if we discover something while we're doing the construction work, we can stop and we don't have to chase the contamination. That's the agreement from DEM. If we sample now, there could be some potential liability on property owners' ends. So we're it's a very difficult project to wrap your arms around. And I've been working on this since 2018, and the city has been working on it for a couple of years before that. And it's just it's a tough project to we have the environmental part of the Heron Run, the Buckies, that we have to be cognizant of. And we also have the environmental part of the removal of the Phragmites and the disposal. Nobody wants them. We've talked to places in Johnston, Middletown, Richmond, Charleston, and everyone that could use them wants to charge a fee for us to bring it there. So if we bring it to, let's say we can use it for a cap on a landfill somewhere. We talked to the town of Tiverton. The transportation cost to bring it to Tiverton is higher, and they also want to get compensated for taking our material. So the value that we'd be getting it probably costs us more money to bring it to Tiverton, Charleston, Middletown, those areas. So we're trying to figure out a way we can store it on site, but RIAC has their own regulations through the FAA, and that's a process. It's a application process, and it's not something that happens overnight. I mean, it goes to the FAA, it goes to the RIAC board, it goes through a lot of different hurdles. We looked at storing it at our compost facility. We don't have the space for 4,500 cubic yards, 6,000 tons of compost. That would basically shut down any yard waste material acceptance from the general public. We've looked, I mean, we've looked everywhere to dispose of this, and it's coming back either landfill or riot or state property. And I mean, we're trying whatever we can. But
You have a short, you have a short window too, don't you, Bill, for the actual removal?
right, and that's the other part is the bucket. So our freshwater wetlands permit only allows us to do in-water work July to end of October. So let's say, August 1st to November 1st. And then,
That's the end of July.
right, it's towards the end of July.
Right.
And in that window, we also have to spray the Phragmites. We have to kill it with herbicides. So we have to spray it, and we have to let that material sit on the Phragmites for 6 to 8 weeks. So you take July and then back into 6 to 8 weeks, you're at September before you can get in there. And part of the problem we have is that in the permit, because there's a potential for the buckies to run up early in the migration, we have to take the bypass piping out of the water every day. So the contractor can't leave the water bypass pipes in. He has to take them out. So that's an extra cost of staging, restaging, and getting back to work. So there's a whole host of issues that we have with this project. And, we bid it out during COVID. It was the first bid the city did after when COVID first hit. Contractors they were bidding high. They weren't, a couple of contractors really weren't qualified to do this work because of the sensitivity of it. There was a whole host of issues because it's such a difficult project. So I don't believe it was botched up. It's just, it takes time. And, the first year we missed the window for the bidding was due to an issue with the review of the permit application by DEM and Army Corps of Engineers. There was some miscommunication there. We straightened that out. By that time, we missed that bid year because of the July to November window. Put it off another year. Then COVID hits. So now we're in the middle of COVID. Not sure what we're going to do, but we bid it out. We got the bids, came back high, rejected them all. And here we are again. We're doing the best we can with it.
Thank you, Bill. I know it's been certainly a major concern, in particular to the chairman's ward, a couple other people, and Bucky Brook flows into my ward as well. And it is most unfortunate that those things have occurred, but nonetheless, it's got to get done. Thank you, Bill. Thank you for putting that all out there too.
Thank you, Councilman. I see Councilman Ricks, Ward 2, has his hand up. Councilman, floor is yours.
Thank you. So my question is more having to do with, are we necessarily taking the right approach to the problem? I'm certainly not saying that it's any sort of problem that we shouldn't be solving, because absolutely this problem needs to get solved. Even if it is on state land, someone has to take the initiative to get it done. I think that the state should be the one paying for it, but ultimately it's a problem, major problem for a lot of people here in Warwick. It needs to get solved. So more on the approach. my understanding is that with Phragmites, and I'm certainly no expert in this area, but it's my understanding, including from previous Phragmites removal or mitigation projects in Warwick, that it's always going to have to be a multi-year effort, because even if we do everything we can to try to remove as many Phragmites as possible in year number one, there's still going to be some of those roots that are out there, and then those roots are going to spring back up in year number two. And then, as things stand right now, as this Phragmites issue has been growing in Bucky Brook for numerous years, 5, maybe more years that these Phragmites have become prevalent. And of course, with that, the biomass, just the bulk of all of these Phragmites have been growing through all that time, which increases the costs of these projects. I suppose where I'm going with this is, could we consider a different approach where, and I understand the difficulties with the brook, especially with the limited period of time, and also with, it's not the sort of territory where people can just be sent in, because next thing you know, you have people falling in. You don't want people falling into the brook and then ending up in mud over their heads. Certainly, it's not that kind of landscape that can be, that the problem can be easily solved in. But I suppose that, and again, I'm no expert in this, but is there something that we could do in terms of approaching this problem in using the hand and glove pesticide method, applying the pesticide directly to these stalks of the Phragmites, and then use that as something of a year one approach to kill as many Phragmites in place as possible without having to remove a great deal of biomass, and then in a year two, be able to get back in there and really, kill the Phragmites that we find remaining, and otherwise be removing these Phragmites at that time, which would be a reduced biomass and part of a multi-year plan. I don't know how feasible that would be, or I know that we're dealing with a very tight timeline here, and so if we're not able to proceed with the original plan during this year with its tight timeline, would that potentially be an alternate plan, so that the obstacle in removing all of this biomass isn't going to be the stumbling block for us from getting anything done this year?
So, Councilman, and I too am not an expert on Phragmites. I can barely spell the word. Thank God for spell check. However, what I've been told is the Phragmites are growing in sediment that are choking the normal flow of the brook. So if we were to spray one year and then go back another year and spray, the amount of roots that are inside the sediment are going to continue to constrict the flow of the water. You're right that Phragmites will grow back. The theory is we remove the blockage and the water will flow, and it will continue to flow and won't allow the Phragmites to take root. Part of the problem we have is that there's a buildup of sediment in this area, and the Phragmites have been able to take root in that sediment. So we need to remove the Phragmite and the sediment. There is some maintenance that's going to be required to continue making sure that this doesn't reoccur. And nothing's 100%, but it's a proposed project that has this window of opportunity to remove it. It may or may not, be the best way. The area that we're removing it from is a very peaty, boggy area. And when they were doing some work down there, they a contractor lost an excavator. It sunk. They brought another excavator in to remove the sunk excavator. That excavator sunk. So it's like very spongy. So unlike the area in Councilman Ladisaw's ward, Ward 5, off of West Shore Road, where you were able to get in there from the road to remove the Phragmite and do some work that the Bucky Brook Coalition has done in the past. This area isn't conducive for that. You can't have people going in. We've even looked at having goats go in there and, eat the Phragmites. We've looked at everything. The land that they would be standing on is not strong enough, so you can't get volunteers to go in and do it. So this is the best approach that we feel, since we have the grant. I don't know how much longer we're going to have the grant either. It doesn't expire, but they want to see progress on this grant being spent. So that's a concern as well.
I would like to say thank you so much. And Councilman Ricks, I apologize. Did you have any follow-up?
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I just would like to say, first of all, I'd like to thank the council. You guys have been great the last couple of years I've been dealing with. But I do want to say that I met with Bill and DPW Director Earls, and I say with full confidence and satisfaction that since this is something that Bill has been diligently working on, he came with so much information as he did tonight. I just want to say, Bill, I'm confident with it in your hands, and I do believe that you know the urgency that this is going on, and you understand it, and you own it, and that means the world to me. So thank you, and I know it means that to everyone else too. So I have no further questions or any other questions from the council. Any other questions? Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. With no questions from the public, may I have a motion?
Motion for favorable action.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. May all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much, Bill.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You as well. You had one? That's it? You got off easy. Item number 2, 2020-109, traffic, street, and pole light maintenance and repair. Unlike this next speaker who did not get off easy, has a full docket for us. Christy.
Yes, I came to hang out with you guys tonight. Christy Moretti, Public Works. The department is requesting permission to increase the cap on a bid that has expired on October 24th, 2020 for an invoice in the amount of $9,791.40 for repair that was done at the intersection of Jefferson and the Coronado Kilbert area. The light went down, obviously very busy road, a busy intersection, and we had to have it repaired as quickly as possible. This bill came to me not all that long ago, and after I did all my homework and researching, we did not have enough money on the cap to cover this particular invoice. So we are requesting to pay the invoice.
Thank you. I apologize. My mic was on, so if my paper shuffling messed it up, I do apologize. Are there any questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead. Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Christy. I noticed in the memo here that these repairs were due to accidents, and then it says reimbursed by insurance. So does that indicate that we are actually not on the hook for paying for these, or there are monies coming to reimburse the city?
No, the cap that speaks to was for repairs that we engaged in and for repairs that we had to make due to accidents. So we had like the Connecticut light poles, those got knocked down, we get reimbursed by insurance, but we're pulling the purchase order, so we have to have permission to pay the bill, basically, even though the money's not coming from the city. In this case, it's not an insurance thing, that the light was damaged.
Got it. Okay.
Any further questions from members of the committee? Members of the council, Councilman Lattiser, I see your hand up. Councilman Lattiser, Ward 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Christie, in your position paper here, you say that we had granted an amount of 48,000 for repairs to traffic lights, including repairs due to accidents reimbursed by insurance. Have we been reimbursed for those insurable items?
To my knowledge, yes. But that actually, those reimbursements go to the finance department. But to my knowledge, yes, we've been, we got reimbursed, I know, for the Connecticut light, that was about $12,000. I don't remember off the top of my head what other ones there were, but.
So that money does not get put back into this particular budget code?
No, it goes into a revenue code, which is an insurance revenue code, and then we have an insurance expense code. So they balance each other out, but there's budget code 76. So we as Public Works don't have access to them. So to get purchase orders issued and things, we have to get assistance from the finance department. But no, it's not something that goes to our regular operating budget.
And you say those insurance reimbursements, they go into an insurance fund. What's the code of that insurance fund?
I always mess these up. I know one of them is 76957. I'm not sure if that is.
76957?
I think it's 957.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if that's the expense one or if that's the reimbursement one. But Public Works has two. We have an insurance expense and insurance reimbursement.
But when we put this money out in the front, what it does is it depletes your account.
It just depletes my cap, not my, when it's an insurance reimbursement, it goes against my cap, but it doesn't go against my operating budget. If that makes any sense.
Okay. If you could, tomorrow, if you could follow up with me on, what those two accounts are, what those account codes are. I noticed that, and this isn't the first time that we're seeing this. We're seeing this more often than there's no timestamp. This A&M Electric company here, I don't see any timestamp on this invoice. And typically we get timestamps. And I know several months ago, we had talked about an invoice or two that was before us and there was no timestamp when it was received. And this isn't timestamped either. And as you pointed out, this contract expired in October and it's just coming before us now, 4 months later. Do you know why this isn't timestamped?
Do you mean the date that gets stamped on the invoices?
The date that it's stamped, that's received by us. By the city.
Those are the ones that are received in purchasing. Purchasing stamps there when they get their mail, they stamp the invoice when it comes in, the day it comes in.
Okay.
This one came to me by email.
By email?
Yes.
Oh, because I don't see anything on here that has any of the email information. Typically when you get an email, you get the lines either at the top or the bottom that says when it was sent and who it was sent by and what the
It was
time.
an attachment to an email. It wasn't.
Okay. How come this is just coming to us now when you guys received it on October 9th?
I actually just received it, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago.
Just received it from AM Electric 2 weeks ago?
Yes, it had been previously sent to an employee that's no longer with us, and it never made it to me. So I was reconciling some things and received this bill.
Interesting. Christie, where they have on here, transaction date, is that the date that the invoice was cut, or was that the day the work was, or the service was actually performed?
The service was actually performed in July. The transaction date, I'm assuming that they billed it out, was October 9th. And then the due date was 11/8. But if you read the work description, it was this emergency call on 7/14. They went back on 7/15. And it was, like it says, it was a suspected lightning strike to the controller.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned those dates. So the emergency call came in on July 14th at 6:30 p.m. Says AM Electric was called when the signals at Jefferson went down. Inspection was in flash and could not be reset. After troubleshooting, it was determined that the controller was faulty. They say here, got new controllers midday and installed on 7/15. So I'm assuming that this work was done on 7/15, excuse me, in your normal work frame. And that's why I'm questioning why we're being billed for 2 hours of overtime and then 5 hours of double time. It looks as though this work was done and installed on July 15th. I don't understand why we would be paying double time or why we'd even be paying overtime.
they responded at 6:30 p.m. the night before on July
Right.
14th. So they went out there and tried to fix whatever they thought was the issue. And then obviously couldn't make the repair. They determined
Right.
that the controller was faulty. So
Right.
that's why we're paying the overtime and double time.
I don't see that as the case because you have 4 hours of journeyman labor, regular time. And I'm assuming that during that 4 hours, was used to, determine what the problem was. And then the work, it says, got new controllers midday and installed on 7/15. It doesn't say they did any work on July 14th after 6:30 p.m. other than to do a troubleshooting, which I guess 4 hours of troubleshooting is what it took to determine that new controllers were required, and then they were installed on the following day. So it still doesn't make sense to me why we paid 2 hours, or why we're looking to pay for 2 hours of overtime and 5 hours of double time. I don't understand that.
They received an emergency call on July 14th at 6:30 p.m. They got called out to the intersection to determine what the issue was, if they could fix it or not. Because of location, it was a busy intersection. Obviously, however long it took them, which I would say was they had somebody there, which probably went from at one point overtime, when the hour changed probably to double time. I actually had asked them to research some of this stuff for me because I received a whole bunch of bills. This one, it was an emergency. I wasn't on the scene. I wasn't the one that called them, and the person that does do that is no longer with us, so I can't get a narrative from them as to what happened. But this, I can confirm for you that this traffic light was a problem and wasn't rectified until the following day because the controller was faulty. So they did go back, whatever they consider midday, it could be 11 o'clock in the morning, I don't know. But if they went out, if the double time was when they went out Monday night, sorry, not Monday, I don't even know what day it was, on the 14th. And then once they secured the controller, they went back to install it and then worked 2 hours overtime to finish, could very well be. I think just the way that they're listed doesn't mean that that's how the workflow went. So They did do the work.
I think we should have an accounting to identify what their times were. You know, what day they were. I don't see in this invoice, I don't see where the overtime and double time has been justified. We go back again to the July 14th at 6:30 p.m. and they did, after troubleshooting, it was determined that the controller was faulty. That's easy to understand. They did some troubleshooting. They determined that the controller was faulty. They didn't fix anything. They didn't replace anything because they didn't have anything. They had to order the material. So they got new controllers midday and installed on 7/15. So I don't understand, again, why. I mean, I think it's worth the due diligence of finding out and getting an accounting of how this double time and overtime came into play. I think it's worth the due diligence to find that out because it's not explained here. It certainly isn't clear. Maybe someone else can clarify it for me, but I don't see it. And I know this was before Eric's time. I know this happened, back in October sometime. I get all that. But I still think that we need, or we should have an accounting to show how this overtime and double time came into play. You're talking, 1,100 hours here.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman, I see that Director Earls has his hand up. Maybe he can address some of the concerns. Thank you. Director Earls.
Yeah, so as you indicate, this was before my time, but typically when something like this occurs, the vendor will be called in and there's a different rate, there's a different rate for an emergency response, which is typically double time. So if if the police see that the signal's not working, that's an emergency, right? Because there's obviously a traffic concern that there's going to be an accident. So that would be called in as an emergency. The vendor would respond, charge us the emergency rate. They probably diagnosed it that evening under the emergency rate from 6:30 to 8:30, 2 people, that's 4 hours. Then they ordered the materials that they needed. That came mid-morning. They started installing it, and then they ran past 5 o'clock, and that's how you got to the overtime. That would be my guess. I don't think there's anything nefarious about the invoice because it seems logical to me. But anyway, like I said, I don't know for sure because that was before my time.
Yeah, thank you for that, Eric. And I can respect your position on that. I know if I were to send out a bill like this to one of my clients, they certainly would be looking for the ABCs of how I arrived at it. And looking at this from a taxpayer's perspective, I think that we have a responsibility to get the facts on this. I don't want to sit here. I'm not going to sit here and assume that overtime was done for this particular reason or double time was done for a particular reason when I don't know. It's not clear. It doesn't say so in here. And to me, we need to know that. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a PCR on this, please.
Hold on one moment. Thank you. I duly noted, Councilman. Before we move on and I ask if there are any other council members, this brings up a bigger issue, a question that I have. Christie, was this submitted and in the packet when it was given to us did it meet the 10-day requirement that you submitted it and Lynn was able to put it in our packet that you're aware of? Is this a new addition to our packet?
No.
Okay. So this came in with the packet from the 10 days prior to this meeting.
Yes. Yeah. I
Which means
submitted it prior to the deadline for this docket.
Thank you. Thank
you.
you. And Lynn, Mr. Braska,
Yes, sir.
this item was in our packet for the 10 days prior to this meeting?
That would have been in the finance package, yes. So
Yes.
whatever came up from purchasing was included in there, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I would like to say that they're valid points, but a lot of these questions could be addressed and answered with phone calls and with concerns so that we can have a timely meeting. They're valid concerns, valid questions, but I think a lot of these questions could have been addressed with phone calls and then brought up and discussion. Because I know that one of the questions asked of Chrissy was, well, what item or what budget code does that go into? I wouldn't know that off the top of my head, and it's kind of impressive that you had that number right there, Christie. So before I go back to Councilman Lattiser, if he had any follow-up, was there any other questions from any members of the council? Okay, Councilman Lattiser, were you all set, or did
No, Mr. Chair. Matter of fact, I'm not all set. So I want to speak to your point.
Yeah.
So here's the issue here. So when did I get into this? I got into this yesterday. You want to know the details? I'll tell you the details. I got into this yesterday. And as I spent hours into this book yesterday going through this, because there's a lot of things going on in people's personal lives and in their business world. And it's not just sitting here looking at this book for 10 days. And these questions came into my perspective last night or yesterday afternoon, which is why we're having this now. There were other questions asked today. This didn't have the time frame to ask those questions. It's quite interesting to me that it appears as though I'm the only one that did have these questions. So the questions are being asked now. That's why we're asking the questions.
The questions can be asked. They are being asked now. Thank you, Mr. President. If you don't mind, Mr. President, I'd just like to thank you. But I'm going at this committee, and I'm running this committee as if we're dealing with businesses in the city of Warwick that know that they have a reputation to uphold, department heads and city directors that know that they have to come before this council and have done the job. And there's no reason to question their determination or what the billing is. I can understand what you're saying, but I think Director Earls made a very valid point. I think you asked good questions. No one's saying you didn't, but I think Director Earls that made a valid point, as did Christie. They came with the answers that they could supply. Council President.
Thank you. I just wanted to say the same thing. I don't think that was what you were saying was just, we do get these binders 10 days in advance, and there's opportunities for everyone to ask these procedural questions, ask detailed questions, and to bring them up here. No one is saying you can't bring up any questions here. We understand that everyone is very busy and has a lot of life things going on, but we just want to, again, promote that we do have this information 10 days in advance. So we are able to do that when you can. So no one is saying you can't ask any questions or detailed questions like that. All we were saying is we would like people, if they have the opportunity, to do their due diligence as soon as possible so we can iron out some of these questions beforehand. As you mentioned, the director wasn't here when this came on. Give them a chance to gather that information. So I don't want any council person thinking that the chairman was singling out anybody or mentioning anything. These are questions that need to be asked, and they will continue to be asked. All we are saying, all that the chairman was saying, is that for the record, we do get these books 10 days in advance. So there are a number of opportunities to look in this and ask questions, and that is all he was suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman.
Mr. Chairman, I had requested a PCR.
And what was the purpose of the PCR, please?
So it can be voted on individually.
I, for one, am comfortable with the packet. I'll leave that to the members of this committee if they would like to call for a PCR.
I want an opinion from the legal counsel. How can I be denied the right to have a PCR assigned to this item?
Well, I'll leave it to the legal counsel to answer that, but what's going to stop from every item getting a PCR so that it goes to the floor? I welcome, I see your hand, Councilman Ricks, Mr. Walsh.
Pursuant to the rules on the consent calendar, this is all under Rule 13. Items that any member wishes to be segmented off for individual attention is in order. So it provides that any member can separate any item off the consent calendar for separate voting purposes.
I'm sorry, can I, just for clarification, when you say any member, do you mean council member or committee member?
Yeah.
The rule speaks to any member of the council, and it makes sense because subsequently, when the full council convenes, the full package is presented as one item. So in order to have individualized attention, it'd be replicating at a later point. It's for streamlining purposes, the rule speaks to that if anyone speaks up at this time or at a later time, it can be segmented off. But it makes more sense for it to be applied at this time.
So for a follow-up question, it does make sense, and thank you. For a follow-up question, when we go to the vote on the floor, there's discussion on the floor.
It would be a separate item at that time, and discussion can be done only amongst council member. There's no public, as we take public testimony now, it's only limited to council discretion at that time and discussion.
Okay.
And the rules provide for you different ways to address that discourse at that later time.
Okay, then thank you. Then the PCR, I have a request from the council member for a PCR. We'll honor that, but first I want to see Councilman Ricks. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I was just going to briefly chime in that for procedural reasons, and I certainly concur with our legal counsel on this, was just going to chime in that for procedural reasons, there's no harm in assigning a PCR number, because if a PCR number isn't requested and any member of the council were to object to the unanimous consent calendar, then it would end up just being messier for us at the full council hearing. So I'll let the meeting continue.
No, thank you. That's a great point, and I didn't think of it like that. So I do. Oh, before I continue, any other comments from members of the council? Any comments from members of the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have a call from the public.
Okay, thank you. Please identify your name and your ward.
Caller 8487, please press *6 to unmute.
Excuse me, my name is Roger Durand. I don't understand what the problem is. If the councilman asks for an extension, I wouldn't expect him or anybody else to be asking for an extension on all these items. But as a taxpayer who saw his taxes increase by 10% the last 2 years, when there's a question like this, whether or not the overtime is deserved or not, I think it should be put in for additional discussion so the taxpayers know we're getting value for our dollars spent. Thank you.
For clarification, it wasn't to discredit the councilman. It was the clarification of what's the committee and what's the council. So, but that's fine. And thank you very much. Duly noted. Are there any other comments from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Hearing none, is there there was a request for a PCR. This to be assigned to PCR. Lynn, what would that be, please?
2721.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lynn, was that 27-21?
Yes, it was. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And for clarification, because it was given a PCR, just recollect my memory right now, no vote is needed, correct?
No, the committee can still take its action. The three of you can send your recommendation on what bid 2020-109 has become PCR 2721. You can give it a separate, whatever the recommendation is, and the full council will follow up on it later this evening.
Thank you so much for the clarification. Do I have a motion?
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Gebhardt, Councilman Gebhardt.
Would it be in order to move this to the full council without a recommendation?
I believe so, yeah. I think that would be fine. You can make that motion.
That is an option.
Is that your motion?
I'll move this to the full council without a recommendation.
Okay.
Seconded.
I'm just writing down my notes. Excuse me one second. And all right, so we had a motion. We had a second to move to the full council without recommendation. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 3, 2020-241 heating oil. Christie.
Department is requesting to increase the cap on this bid that expired January 14th, 2021 in the amount of $1,742.57. It was emergency delivery that we needed, that was made on January 13th. We were not anticipating having a delivery under this bid before the new one was in effect. However, that did not happen. We had $732.64 left on the cap. We had to get oil for this building to keep the heat running. And the result is a bill that we are short on the approved cap. So we are requesting to increase it to pay this final bill for that bid.
Thank you, Christy. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Hearing none, I see Councilman Lattiser has his hand up. Councilman Lattiser. You're still muted, Councilman.
Christy, the oil delivery was made on January 13th, and the contract expired on January 14th, right?
Correct.
How many people in this building?
I couldn't say for sure how many people are in that building. I don't work in that building. I know there's personnel, I know there's MIS, I know there's community development. I don't know who else is in there.
In the Holden School?
Yes.
Is anyone that's listening in, does anyone have a count as to how many employees we have in that building? No one does. And this 1,500 gallons of oil that was delivered the day before this bid expired, is this 1,500 gallons going to be adequate to get us through the rest of the heating season?
No.
So how do you plan on paying for any additional deliveries?
There's a new bid in place that started January 15th.
Okay. We're heating this entire building, right?
To my knowledge, I would assume so.
Has anyone, and these questions are all regarding the previous administration, by the way, because this occurred, this running short situation. Has anyone looked at segregating the portions of the building that are not being used, so we don't have to deal with frozen pipes or a significant heating expense for what appears to be not a lot of employees? Has that been looked at?
I couldn't speak to that. If there was conversation, I was not involved.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Oh, okay, good. Excuse me, Councilman. Director Earls raised his hand. Go ahead, Director Earl.
Yeah, we had that exact conversation the day after this delivery. Just so for my own understanding, I thought the same thing, but I guess there's no way to segment it off so that you cannot heat portions of the building. I guess the water pipes run throughout, and they're not broken off. You can't shut off a section and drain it. You can't winterize a section or anything like that without compromising the entire system. So that has been looked at, Counselor.
Eric, thank you for that. And this is one of the reasons why we need to have these conversations on the record, as opposed to, sure, I could pick up the phone, I could ask anybody these questions on the phone, but I think the taxpayers have a right to have the answers to these questions. And I think your response to it, Eric, was appreciated by me. I can tell you that for certain. And I think that the taxpayers who are paying the bill for this, I think they have a right to know. And I think we have a right to put this on the record. So sure, we can have conversations, So all of a sudden, I got some funny thing over here on my screen. There we go. But yes, I personally feel that we also need to have these conversations on the record, because the taxpayers could very well be sitting here wondering, why are we paying for heating up a building that's got very few occupants in it? Why not do the segregating of the system? So thank you, Eric. I appreciate that answer. And again, I would point out that this certainly was prior, this administration and prior to Eric Earls. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Sinapi.
So just a quick point regarding the saying things on the record. Just like us, the general public is perfectly able to and does contact both us and the administration with questions. And there are frequent complaints from both the general public and elsewise about our meetings and the time it takes to get through them, because the general public would like to A, participate, B, watch, and C, learn. And they can't really do any of the above when we are, as a rule, very late with starting our actual meeting. And while we slog through things that, for the most part, the general public has no interest in. And even if they did, they call in and they ask. That's when they do. So just as a general matter, and this is something we'll be talking about later on in a subsequent meeting, well, you might have one view and that's perfectly acceptable. Please know that there are other views. And based on the sheer number of complaints that I get, I know which one is more prevalent.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Sinapi. I would like to say, Director Earls, I'd like to add to that. I know that when you and I spoke, this falls under this former school building now, correct? It falls under the ownership of the city.
Correct.
And therefore, if anything happens to this building, such as a frozen pipe, or in this cold winter, the city then would be responsible to do the repairs to this building, whether it's occupied or not, just like we have inspections for elevators of buildings we no longer occupy. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct. When the school department no longer occupies a facility, that kind of default goes back to the city and Public Works.
Correct. And we do have people in there, so therefore there's also that health concern of the water, the mold, or anything else, and the other things that the heat could or any kind of low maintenance, not keeping up with the maintenance or the requirements. So I completely understand that. I thank you for the time in the discussion with that in the past, and thank you. Any other questions or comments from the council? Councilman Gebhardt? Oh, okay. I saw the yellow ring go around you. Any comments or questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman, not at this time.
Thank you. With that said, is there a motion?
Motion for favorable action.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. Item number 4, radiator manufacturer and/or repair. Item number 4 is 2020-261. I apologize. Radiator manufacturer and/or repair.
Public Works is requesting to increase the cap on this bid as well as extend the expiration through June 4th, 2021. We went out to bid. We received no bid responses. We do have a need to get a radiator repair for ladder 2, the Warwick Fire Department. So we are requesting to increase the cap another $2,000 to $7,000 and extend the expiration to June 4th, 2021. This is actually out to bid again right now.
Thank you, Christy. So this is basically a first responder vehicle that needs the repair. You have the bid. You're out to bid to give companies the opportunity, but this needs to be repaired. So you got to kind of exceed the bid, extend the bid, and then increase the amount so that this vehicle can be repaired.
Correct.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Well, excuse me, Council President McAllister.
Thank you very much. I spoke to the mayor. Christy just mentioned this. I spoke to the mayor today. He specifically talked to me about this bid. It is for a fire truck that they need to get this radiator fixed. And he explained just exactly what Christie pointed out. So I just want to let the council know that the mayor did reach out to me about this, that this is something for a very important first responding truck. As we all know, unfortunately, the fire department's been very busy the last couple of weeks. So, we need to keep these trucks maintained and on the roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I see Councilman Lattiser, hand is up. Councilman Lattiser, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, we know that the radiator is going to be repaired. That's not my issue. My issue goes back to a couple of years ago. We went down this road before with the RFP regarding the repairs of radiators. And as some of you may remember, several years ago, I had made some phone calls to find out what seems to be the issues with why people are not bidding on our repairs for radiators. And it's because of the verbiage in the RFP. It's very difficult for someone to give you a bid on a repair when you have no clue what the repair is. You have no clue. Is the radiator a hole? Is it a leak? Does it need to be soldered? Does it need to be replaced? And what I'm again going to suggest is that an RFP be put together that will deal with those concerns that the vendors have and the reasons why they're not bidding. Perhaps it could be a meeting with various repair shops, radiator shops, to find out why they're not bidding before the RFP is put up. But that's what we had in a conversation a couple, 2-3 years ago. And apparently it's still an issue today why you're not getting radiator shops to bid on repairs of radiators.
Councilman, as you know, I've been doing this for quite a long time now, and I did handle those bids that went out. 3 times we went out to bid. 3 times we reached out against our better judgment because it is against state law to solicit vendors. And the vendor that I'm assuming you're talking about in particular stated to one of our employees that he does not do the kind of work that we need. So it not a lack of effort on our part. We have tried,
okay.
But the vendor, and I understand it's a Warwick vendor, but he doesn't do the work that we need. He doesn't recore radiators for ladder trucks and things like that. He does small car radiator stuff, not commercial.
I didn't name. Let me make it clear. I didn't specify any particular radiator shop. There's certainly more than one radiator shop around the state. I didn't specify any particular one. I'm not suggesting anyone reach out to a vendor about a particular bid either. It's not what I said. I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Any other questions from the council? Are there any comments or questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. Item number 5, 2021-114, purchase table radio. Correction. 2021-114, purchase tablet radio mounting hardware and accessories. Deputy Chief.
Good evening, everyone. Deputy Chief Mark Iucci, Warwick Police. The police department is requesting an additional $18,000 in spending authority under bid 2021-114. This is an alteration of contract only. Police department had originally requested $17,000 in the spending authority, and we have included a new price that takes into account the tablets that we currently own and what we need to purchase for the additional cruisers. The additional $18,000, the police department will be able to purchase 6 additional tablets for our fleet. The current contract was for funds not to exceed $17,000. If this is granted, it will increase the total to $35,000. If approved, this will be paid for by the Police Department operating budget, code 30-231, supplies computer.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. And let me say that it's nice having you here. Please don't take this the wrong way, but it's kind of, you know, Major Michaelitis. It was unfortunate that we had our last meeting and we had, you know, we didn't realize it was the last meeting last month. And I hope that I'd like to say on the record, I wish her a happy and well-earned retirement after over 20 honorable years of service to this city. And the skill set that she brought is amazing. And I'll even say unmatched again. No disrespect.
Not at all.
With
Thank
that,
you very much, Matthew.
thank you. Is there any questions from the committee? Councilman
Mr.
Gephardt.
Chairman, if I could, Deputy Chief, thank you for coming. So one of the questions I had about this, and I was going to ask this in advance, but then with the transition, I did not get it to the right place. But there's sort of two functions in this bid, and one, Holzberg bid on all the components, and then Island Tech bid on just some. And from what I can see, and maybe I just need some explanation, the Island Tech for the tablet portion of the bid appears to be a good amount less expensive than Holzberg. But then there's some commentary in the bid memo that that Island maybe backed out because their bid was part of a package, but I don't see that they bid on the second part. So I don't know if you can just clarify what's going on with this one, but it definitely looks like Island would be the better supplier for the tablet for the first part, items 1 through 10, and then 11 through 19 they did not bid on. So I'm not sure if you could shed any light on that.
Well, I can tell you that Holzberg Communication has the bid right now, so they're the only ones where we can purchase these tablets from.
Okay.
Councilman, do you mind if I ask for clarification on that from the Deputy Chief? Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Could you clarify on that, please, Deputy?
The currently we have it as Holzberg is the lowest. I'm sorry, is the person who submitted the lowest bid for the package that was submitted here that's before you. I'm trying to find exactly where the councilman's referring to, but I have it as Holzberg.
Would you like a few minutes to review? I can put this, if it's okay with the committee, and I do see that there are two councilmen with their hands up. If there's no objection, Deputy, if you want to review that, I can put this.
I would just say it might appear in the package that the bid is split, but this is not a split bid. This was a whole bid that Holzberg won. So they currently have the contract. We don't have it split with another company.
Yeah, there's this comment. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I apologize. I stepped on you, Councilman. Go ahead.
There's a comment in here that Island Tech specializes in tablets, laptops, but does not deal in two-way radios, therefore not bidding on 11 to 19. Once notified we were mostly seeking to bid hardware, they sought to withdraw. And so maybe I'm just not clear on what this comment is referring to. Maybe I must be missing something on here because the pricing does make Island Tech look lower, but perhaps they were expecting to get some other compensation.
Councilman Gebhardt, I see that Ms. Peshko turned on her camera. Did you have a reply for this, Ms. Peshko?
I think I might help clarify this. We're not approving a bid here. We're approving a 612, which is an extension of an existing bid. When we do a 612, we put in copies of when the bid was originally awarded. So I think you might be looking at when it first came to you to get awarded. But what we're entertaining now is a 612, which is an increase to what's already happened. And the bid was officially awarded to just the one company. Does that help?
It does. Okay. I think that's all for me.
Thank you so much. Great question. Thank you so much, Ms. Peshka and
No
Deputy
problem.
Chief. Before I move on to the council, are there any other questions from members of the committee? Okay, members of the council. Councilman, I see that it looks like Councilman Lattiser was first. So Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commander, the original amounts that 17,000 that was awarded on or was approved, signed by the mayor on October 22nd. And here we are just a few short months down the road, and we're looking to do an extension on this bid, actually more than doubling this bid. And it's for 6 tablets. It appears as though these tablets are either met their life expectancy or shortly thereof. My question is, why weren't these radios inspected by whomever does these things in the department or for the department? Why weren't these radios checked before it came to us for 17,000 in the first place? Here we are a few months down the road, and now we realize that we have half a dozen radio tablets that need to be changed. So the question is, why weren't these other tablets checked, or all the tablets checked originally to find out, what's happening with these things?
Thank you for the question, Councilman. First, they're not radios, they're computers.
Tablets, right, yes.
And we have, so there are, the cars are split. Some of them have laptops that are older, and then some of them have the Toughbook tablets, which is what we are going to. We've been assimilating over years. The tablets are more expensive than, but they hold up in inclement weather such as tonight, as opposed to a laptop, which we would lose on the center console. When it was first reviewed, they were looking at hardware, and on the technical side, they underestimated what would be needed for tablets, which is why we want to adjust this 612. We're just increasing the amount. So it's not changing the budget amount that's been allocated to that line code. It's just increasing our ability to purchase the tablets that we need.
Thank you for that. These new tablets that will be purchased, will these tablets be able to be installed into any of the newer vehicles you're getting? Assuming some of these may be going into current vehicles, older vehicles. If a vehicle that receives one of these new tablets is replaced, will these new tablets be able to be reallocated to another vehicle?
Yes. And currently there are only 2 tablets in reserve, and we're outfitting 8 cars. And that's why we're looking for these 6. So there won't be any backups. We're purchasing as the need arises. But yes, to answer that question, they can go into specialty units. They're portable. They can come out and go into other vehicles. We remove them sometimes after car accidents and reinstall them.
Thank you. I'm all set.
Thank you. Councilman Ricks.
Briefly echoing the comments of the chairman, congratulating the major on retirement, and also thanking the Deputy Chief Ulucci for always being prepared for these sorts of meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you, Councilman. Well stated. Are there any other comments from the council? Any comments from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Seconded.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Item number 6, 2021-142 athletic field marking paint. I believe that would be Christie. Welcome back.
How'd you know? Well, to start, we'd like to amend this bid award down from 14,000 to 6,000.
Okay. Thank you.
So the award will go to, we're recommending award to Fox Valley Paint in the amount of $6,000 for 1 year. This bid will expire on December 31st. It will be rebid. I guess there was a bit of a lag in when it was bid and the award between the transition. So it is coming before you now. It will expire on December 31st, but we'll have it before you, before it expires.
Thank you. So you're looking to amend from $14,000 to $6,000.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And so any questions from members of the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Hi, Christie.
Hi.
This one, so in the memo from Director Wiley, there's a comment that Fox Valley is not the lowest bidder, but that somehow their paint is more compatible with our sprayers. So I had a question about that, and I'll make it a two-parter so that you can answer both. They provide, Fox Valley provides year one pricing and year two pricing. And on the white paint, they're like 10% more expensive in year two. And in the orange paint, they're like 20% more expensive than year two. And that puts them significantly more expensive than safety zone. So I was wondering, like, do we have to buy more sprayers if we use this other inferior paint, or are there other costs? Like, does it take longer? Or like, what's the reason to go with the more expensive product?
Well, we're actually only awarding, we're awarding to Fox Valley, which is I understand what you're saying. If you buy it by the pallet, which is usually 120 cases, Fox Valley, their paint quality was better. These vendors have to submit a can for testing. So we have to make sure that it is compatible with the sprayers that we have. And we also test it for the quality of the paint because it goes on the fields for soccer, lacrosse, things like that. The determination was made that for the price and the value, which means the paint will hold up better on the grass, Fox Valley was the best value for our money. This bid is we're only awarding for 1 year. So there's no second year. We'll rebid it in probably September-ish to get it before the council again, before it expires.
Okay, thanks, Christie. And then the reason, I think I can make an assumption, but the reason to drop the bid from the 14,000 to the 6,000, does that have to do with less sports activity due to our current environment, or is it more?
It's twofold. It was expected to be a 2-year bid, I think, originally. It was decided that it would be a 1-year bid, but as well, there wasn't a lot spent last year because of COVID, and things were obviously suspended. They're just starting to get back into the swing of things. So, we're not looking to shoot for the moon here. We're trying to get what we need for the seasons, depending on how they go. We may ask for more if sports are allowed to organize. We may not need all 6,000, but we are trying to be prepared for the city fields.
Thanks, Christie.
I think everyone's ready for the kids to get back outside and the adults. Hey, Councilman Gebhardt, I got to congratulate you and commend you on that question. That was believe it or not, that was a question that was asked about 4 years ago, because it's one of those things that catches your eye where you say, well, wait a minute, why are we paying this much more? And the exact same answer Chrissy gave, she gave us 4 years ago when we were, myself and I remember it was now Council President McAllister, were kind of wondering the same exact thing. So good catch. Councilman Lattiser, I apologize. Excuse me. Councilman Foley, anything? Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Christie, how much paint did we purchase last year?
Last year, I believe it was probably less than $3,000. But last year, there weren't organized sports either.
Right, I understand. And did we do any field painting last year?
Well, they would have, yes, they would have done some more towards the end of the soccer season. They got a little bit loose with the restrictions. It could only be, just the players and the coaches. There were no spectators, but we have to line the fields for, I mean, my stepdaughter's one of the soccer players, and the fields had, we have to do that.
Right, sure. So we use some, but we still have some paint left, right?
I don't know that for sure.
How much was the budget or was the bid for last year?
I couldn't speak to that. I don't have that information. We can certainly get it.
And we don't know what we have for inventory right now.
I don't know. There could be, 4 cases left, or there could be nothing.
Does the department ever purchase 120 cases?
Yes.
You do?
Usually, yes. Usually when it's purchased by the pallet.
And how is it that the vendors don't give us a volume price or a volume discount for buying 120 cases versus 1 case? How is that?
I couldn't speak to the vendors and how they price. That's not my purview. My purview is to evaluate the responses and make the best recommendation for the committee.
Now, I'm just wondering if anyone, happened to, to ask that question, because I know in my industry, when you talk that kind of volume, that automatically generates additional discounts.
Well, we do ask for 120, a price for 120 cases, which is volume. And if usually it works out to be about the same as what it is for 1 case, the per case. It's,
okay.
I couldn't speak to why, but.
And this contract expired January 1st, right?
Yes.
And is there any reason why it didn't come to us before now?
This was done with the previous director under the previous administration. So for whatever reason, the recommendation never made it to the council. So we are just trying to move forward.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christy. And I do want to say, I think Councilman Lattiser brings up a great point, and I should clarify that I have been in contact with numerous directors who were saying they have stuff coming, and, there was a transition, there was a pandemic. And so I've actually, Councilman, as the chairman, I've just made a decision just to kind of to keep things going. Hopefully by, this summer, all the restrictions will be lifted. We'll be back to regular life. And I just want to keep this thing going. But I do understand why you asked the question. But I want to make clear that the directors have been in contact with me, and also stating that some bids are going to be coming late. But I, as the chairman, said that's fine. Let's just keep it moving. But it's not going to be the norm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the council? Any questions from the public?
None at this time, sir.
Thank you so much, Phil. Hearing none, I need a motion to amend first, correct, Phil?
To amend.
You need a, It's
You can
PCR,
designate the PCR.
PCR 28-21.
Thank you, Lynn.
You're welcome.
So I have a motion, Councilman Foley, if you wouldn't mind making a motion to amend, or I'll say it and you just can say so moved, a motion to amend PCR 28-21, formerly 2021-142, from an amount of $14,000 to $6,000.
So moved.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Was that legal, Bill? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Now, if I may have a motion as amended.
Motion for favorable action as amended.
Second.
Thank you both. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Well done. Thank you. Thank you, Christie.
you.
Item number 2021-200, banking services, is Lynn.
Hello.
Hi, Lynn. How are you?
I'm all right. You can only see my man. Hold on. I am requesting that you award to the lowest qualified bidder, Webster Bank, for $0.
I don't know about that.
Please.
Your experience with them has been very good, correct?
Very good. And clearly they want to keep our business.
Yep. And are they a Rhode Island bank, if I remember correctly? Or definitely a New England region bank?
New England Region Bank. I think they're actually based out of Connecticut, but all my contacts are in.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Is there any discussion from the committee? Any questions or comments from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I ask my question, in the interest of transparency, and probably there's others too, we have 5 banks here that are before us for consideration. And I have done business with 3 of those 5 banks and continue to do business with 2 of them. Having said that, there is no doubt in my mind that I still can make a fair and equitable assessment on this, regardless of that. So I just wanted to put that out there. Lynn, I don't understand how 4 banks have a fee and 1 bank has no fees. And before we get to that answer, on note 3 of Washington Trust, it says total monthly service fees above will be offset by the average monthly balances provided in your analysis statements at our earnings credit rate of 0.50% for the life of the contract. What does that mean in terms of the cost of this?
It means that I have to keep certain balances in different accounts in order to receive basically a rebate on some of the costs. It's pretty common in banks. Webster is not requesting that. So I could investigate it further, but that also gives me more flexibility with what I could do with our cash. That said, this agreement means that I, will agree to keep the money at Webster, which is why they're so competitive.
Okay. That answers my question.
All set, Councilman?
All set.
Thank you so much. Is there any other questions from the council? Any questions from the public?
None at this time, sir.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 8, 2021-239 cement concrete mixes and controlled low strength materials, CLSM, flowable fill. Christie, welcome back.
See, I let other people have a turn once in a while. Public Works is requesting to award this bid to Rhode Island Ready Mix in the amount of $8,000 for a one-year period from April 2nd, 2021 to April 1st, 2022.
Thank you. Any, Chrissy, I have a quick question for you. Is this the stuff that I see where the trucks have the in the front and they just dump it in and then they put little rocks all over it?
You mean like the cement truck?
Yeah.
Like the chute?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
Okay.
There's different blends, so to speak, of concrete, but yes.
Okay. I understand why we use it, but man, it's a mess to clean up. Councilman Foley, I see a hand up. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I loved your description.
I don't have much to bring. Any other questions from the committee? Hearing none, council. Any questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Christie, these two bids, they appear to be actually quite different. And I'm trying to make an assessment of what's happening between the two bidders. So let's take Rhode Island Ready Mix. Rhode Island Ready Mix has additions to their bid for retarder, for accelerator, for non-chloride accelerator, and for fiber mesh, which I don't see any of that in Cotty's bid. And I don't know why that's in Rhode Island Ready Mix, and I don't know when and how that would be used. In addition to that, with Rhode Island Ready Mix, they have their last item. It says fiber mesh, $8 a cubic yard. And in item 7 on page 66, it says additional costs for providing reinforced fiber to items 3 and 6. $9 a cubic yard is what Cotty bid, and $9 a cubic yard is what Rhode Island Ready Mix bid. So is Rhode Island Ready Mix saying in addition to that $9 in line 7, that it's going to be for fiber mesh an additional $8 a cubic yard? Is that in addition to?
No. And these additional costs are something that we ask the vendor to give us any costs for anything that might be above and beyond what the cubic yard is for the concrete. Rhode Island Ready Mix, we don't use a lot of them. We do use antifreeze. That would be the winter heat. We use that sometimes depending on what time of year we have a job that has to get done. The load charges and the wait times, those are normal charges. But no, number 7 would be for items 3 and 6 only. So we wouldn't add more fiber mesh to items 3 and 6.
Okay. And you don't have a bid from Cotty on the retarder, the accelerator, the non-chloride accelerator. Those are items that you would use, when you're doing a winter pour, right?
Right, but if you look at Carty's bid, it says winter conditions, November 1st to April 30th is $4.50 a cubic yard. So regardless of what we ask for, so it would be the winter heat, any of that, they're going to add $4.50 a yard.
Got it. And on Rhode Island Ready Mix, their winter heat is $5 a cubic yard. I saw that also.
But their price for the concrete is lower. Even if I added $5 to item 1, it's $113 a yard.
I understand that. My concern was if we had to add those other items to their bid of $108 a cubic yard or 115, that would put them higher than Cardi on some of these other items. That's why I'm asking the question, and I'm asking if these items are used as a rule or the exception to the rule.
They're definitely the exception to the rule. I'd say 99% of the time when we need to get concrete, it's not during the winter. We only ask for those things in the event of. I mean, if we were gonna do a sidewalk, we would get, item number 5. The truck would come out, our guys would take care of the rest. They just pour the concrete for us.
Okay. And you're comfortable with the rate of, well, Cardi calls it 1 hour additional would be $125 an hour. And Rhode Island Ready Mix has a wait time after 1 hour of $2 a minute. You're comfortable with that?
Yes, when it comes to concrete, we are like a well-oiled machine. We say we'd like the truck there at 10 o'clock in the morning. Our crews are there waiting, ready to go. So there's no lag in getting it spread.
Okay.
And then we can send the truck on its way.
Okay, thank you. That answered my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Any questions from the public?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you. Any questions from the public? One last call. Hearing none. May I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
We have a motion for favorable. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 9, 2021-240A, City of Warwick, District 6 gasoline, low sulfur, and an ultra low sulfur diesel fuel. Speaking to the administration, they asked that we hold this. May I have a motion to hold?
Motion to hold.
Oh, I apologize. Until March 8th.
Gonna need PCRs for this and potentially the associated items if you're following suit on the other related items.
Thank you so much, Solicitor Walsh. This will become PCR 2921, correct, Lynn?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I may have a motion to hold PCR 29-21 till March 8th?
Motion to hold.
Was there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Same as item number 9, 2021-240B, City of Warwick, low sulfur diesel fuel and ultra low sulfur diesel fuel. May I have a motion to hold? Oh, it'll be assigned PCR 30-21, correct, Lynn?
That's correct, Councilman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to hold PCR 30-21 till March 8th?
Motion to hold PCR 30-21 to March 8th.
Thank
Second.
you. Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And on item number 11, 2021-240C, Warwick gasoline, low sulfur diesel fuel, and ultra low sulfur diesel fuel. This will be assigned PCR 31-21. And may I have a motion to hold until March 8th?
Motion to hold PCR 31-21 till March 8th.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Item number 12, 2021-241, analytical testing of water samples. Terry, how are you, Mr. DiPietro?
Good. How are you this evening?
I'm well, thank you. You have the floor.
Terry, Division Chief of the Water Department. This bid is for not only our daily testing of total coliform or E. coli, but quarterly testing of trimethylenes and halocytic acids, and as well as our yearly lead and copper rule. It's a 2-year award from 4/26/21 through 4/25/23.
Thank you. Is this something that is required by federal or state law?
That's correct. The EPA and the Rhode Island Department of Health.
Thank you. And is this something that we're reimbursed for? Or is this an unfunded mandate?
It's an unfunded mandate.
Thank you so much. So there are fines if we don't do this, as well as possible health concerns.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Are there any questions from the public?
None at this time, sir.
Thank you, Phil. May I have a motion?
Motion, favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favor. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Item number 13, 2021-244, vehicle window tinting. That is on page 86. Deputy Chief.
Good evening again. This is in regards to bid number 2021-244. The police department went out to bid for window tinting for police vehicles. This will include all of the marked and unmarked vehicles. We received 2 bids, Minty's Auto Salon in Cranston and Solar Tint Signs Graphics in Orlando. Police department recommends Minty's Auto Salon be awarded this contract as the overall lowest bidder. Most often we are seeking to only have the 2 front windows tinted. In addition, this is a local business with a physical address in Cranston. There is no contract currently in place. If approved, this will be funded by the Police Operating Budget Code 30-330 for an amount not to exceed $5,000 and expire 1 year from the date of award. Purchases will be made on a as-needed basis.
Thank you so much, Commander. Pretty self-explanatory. Were there any questions, specific questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Any questions from the public?
None at this time.
Thank you so much, Phil. May I have a motion?
Motion for favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Commander. Item number 14, 2021-246A, overhead door repair and replacement. That is found on page 89. Christy, you're being very generous, like breaking it up nice.
I try. Would it be possible, it's a little bit out of order, but for us to do the A and the C together at the same time?
I don't have a problem. So just A and C, correct?
Yes.
So as in discussion, but we'll vote on them. So we'll go to A, then right to C. Is there any objection? Is there any objection? Is there a problem with that, like legally, solicitor? And is there any objection from the committee?
Both are in order for discussion, but to stay on the consent calendar, they'll be voted separately.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. So, but it's okay that I go from, I apologize, Christy. It's okay, I go right from A and then go right to C, and then we can backtrack to B, correct?
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right. Go ahead, Christy.
So the department is requesting to award a bid for overhead door repair and replacement. We currently do not have a contract in place. Public Works Department is requesting $15,000 1 year from date of award, as well as $10,000 for the Parks and Recreation building. And the award will go to overhead door. Oh, I'm sorry. Parks and Recreation is asking for $10,000, and the award will go to Overhead Door Company of Providence.
Oh, okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you, Christy. So, so Parks and Recreation, but DPW will still handle the contracts and the repairs or inspections as needed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have the funding. We have our
Understood.
funding, but
Yep. Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from the committee? Go ahead, Councilman Gebhardt.
I just had one, and I don't know if it's material, but on the memo from Parks and Rec, they don't list the correct name of the vendor. They say overhead door repair and replacement, which just didn't match the name. So I don't know if that matters, but
it's probably just a typo in the memo. It's probably a cross between the bid name and the company name, but it is for Overhead Door Company of Providence.
Got it. Should we amend that just out of an abundance of caution, or is that not required?
It's stated in the resolution properly. It's the way it's listed in the resolution.
Got it.
The resolution is what we vote on, so.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. Thanks,
Good
Solicitor.
point. Thank you. Good catch, Councilman. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Christie. Councilman, any other questions from the committee? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Christie, what's the average size of these doors that are being replaced? Are these like big, all commercial double doors as opposed to an 8 or a 9 foot by 8 foot residential door?
We have both, actually. We have like a smaller, typical size garage doors, as well as large, like very oversized. We have the garage bays for the automotive division. They all have, I think between the two garages, I think we have 9.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is I noticed this bid says regular hourly rate with 2 technicians. It never requires, or almost never requires, 2 technicians to install a residential size garage door, overhead door. I can see where on the larger commercial types where it would take 2 technicians to do that. So on a single door install, is that something that we're only going to be paying for 1 technician, or because of this being a city bid, we're locked into paying 2 technicians?
We follow what was bid.
So for your single residential size door, we're going to be paying 2 technicians to replace that door.
The doors are probably, not like, not like an 8 foot door on a home garage. They're a little bit bigger than that. And then we have the oversized door we can get the sanitation vehicles in. But
Those are
yes,
huge.
the
Those
way
are
the
huge.
bid was submitted, yes. And if they send us 2 technicians and they bill 2 technicians, it's appropriate as per the bid.
Okay. So it usually catches my attention when I see manner of award 1 year from date of award. And this is no different. When did the current contract expire for repairing and replacing these garage doors, these overhead doors?
I don't think we've had a contract in probably 2 years.
So my understanding is somewhere back in August of 2019, we haven't had a contract. Have we replaced any doors during that time period from August of 2019 until say the end of 2020? Have we done any repairs or replacements, and have we expended any taxpayer dollars outside of that contract?
I've had 3 repairs since February of 2020 in the amount of $2,518.
You've had how many?
3,
For a total?
yes.
Okay, so were those done under a 56-6 or were they done under a 3-3? Because they didn't come before the council, I don't think.
No, they did not. 2 were done regular. They were under $1,000, and 1 was a 3-3. Yes.
So when you say regular, that was done under a 56-6?
No, it was the purchase order. It was under $1,000.
Under $1,000. Okay, and that was something that was approved by purchasing?
Yes.
Is there any reason why during that 2-year period, this wasn't brought back to the council for approval of a new contract?
I'm not sure.
Because that was under the previous administration.
Correct.
Okay. And this bid that we're looking at, it includes from time to time replacing a door, I would assume. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do we have a bid on what the cost of the doors will be? The only thing I see here in my package is an hourly rate. I don't see a material cost here.
There is a page because of the parts. I know I saw it. There was a page that had listed the parts. Yeah, I don't, maybe
Yeah,
I don't have
let
it.
me
I know
know.
there's a page that, as just like our parts bids, that the vendors have to submit the price list, the net, the discount, the list, the discount, the net. So there is that is part of the bid. To be honest with you, in the 12 years I've been in Public Works, I don't think we've ever actually replaced a full door. It's usually just repairs. It's usually the tension spring. Sometimes it's the opener, sometimes it's a panel, but not a full door.
Okay, I guess we've been very lucky. I don't have a sheet in here that I can see. I don't see anything in my binder that gives me a price on doors. And I know those prices of those doors can vary dramatically. Could you send me that sheet that you're referring to that gives the price of the doors? Could you send that to me tomorrow?
I'll send you the price list. Yes, the one that was submitted with the bid.
Yes, because
Okay.
I don't know why it's not in our binder, but it's not in our binder. Okay. And on that particular item, for the bid for the doors, that's something that would be submitted through purchasing?
We submit the package for advertising to purchasing, and then purchasing has a bid opening.
And that document that you're talking about that gives the price of the overhead doors, that would be something that was included in the bid opening?
Yes.
Okay. But somehow never made it to the clerk's office.
It could have just been an oversight, maybe because it's not something, I mean, we haven't bid this in a couple of years, and having it essentially a new bid, maybe it was just an oversight that that page wasn't included.
Okay. Okay, if you could send that to me tomorrow. Thank you, Christie.
You're welcome.
I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from the council? Any other questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Questions from the public?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you. So this will make a, excuse me. There we go. A motion will be made for 2021-246 Alpha. And then after we do this, we'll go right to 2021-246 Charlie or C. Motion for 2021-246A.
Move
Favorable action. Second.
Thank you. Move for favorable, seconded by Councilman Foley. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Now, if everyone would please jump to item number 16, we're going to go back to item number 15. Item number 16, this was the same discussion, same department. Item number 16, 2021-246C, overhead door repair and replacement. Are there any follow-up questions to this bid from the committee, from the council, from the public,
Not at this time.
Thank you so much. If I may have a motion for 2021-246C.
Favorable action.
We have a motion for favorable.
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. What we're going to do right now, the time is 7:03. I'm going to request for the committee that we pause. We have citizens that are sitting in, and the finance committee took up the 2 hours so far. We're going to pause the finance committee. And I'm going to hand it over to the Councilman McAllister. Do we have to have a vote on the pause or can we just? No? Okay, thank you. Council President, all yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to make sure we are all set on the, from the computer side. Are we all set to start? We want to call the councilman into order. Just need the thumbs up on that.
Yes, we're set.
We are set. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I call the February 22nd, 2021 council meeting to order. The following options are available to access this meeting. You may access or participate in the meeting using Zoom application on a smart device or a PC via the web at zoom.us and clicking on Join the Meeting in the upper right hand of the page. The webinar for this meeting, the webinar ID for this meeting is 978-8786-9794. I'd like to let everybody know if you go on the City Council's website, all this information will be on there as well. Just go to tonight's agenda and this will be right up there. Anyone wanting to participate via telephone only may call one of the following numbers, non-toll-free numbers. While most mobile phone carriers do not place an extra charge on customers for toll calls, it is up to you to check with your carrier concerning potential charges you may be responsible for. The first number you can try this evening is 1-646-558-8656. The next number is 1-301-715-8592. The third number is 1-312-626-6799. The next number is 1-669-900-9128. The next number is 1-253-215-8782. And the last number you can try is 1-346-248-7799. Again, all those numbers are on our website. There's also toll-free numbers where you can call from anywhere from in the United States, and you can call 1-877-853-5247. You can also try 1-888-788-0099. You can also try 1-833-548-0276, and you can also try 1-833-548-0282. Please note if you're experiencing trouble connecting via toll-free number, please try the next number down on the list. You will then need to punch in the web ID number, which is 978-8786-9794 on your touch-tone keypad. While everyone joining the meeting will be muted, if at the appropriate time during the proceedings you wish to ask a question, you may, if using a smartphone or a PC, click on the raise your hand icon. The meeting moderator will then ask the participant having raised their hand to be unmuted. After the question, answer, and further discussion, the participant will be muted again and will need to click on the raise your hand icon or punch in *9 to ask another question. If phoning in, punch *9 on the touch-tone keypad. The moderator will indicate when it is your turn to ask a question/comment. Okay, I ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Here.
Mr. Foley,
Here.
Mr. Gephardt,
Here.
Mr. Howe,
Here.
Mr. Lattiser,
Here.
Mr. McElroy,
Here.
Mr. Ricks,
Here.
Mr. Sinapi,
Here.
Ms. Travis.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'd like to call on Councilman Howe, who has a special guest who is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. Councilman Howe.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you for the opportunity to highlight a Ward 3 resident. Today, I would like to invite and welcome Eagle Scout, Michael Pizzarelli. I hope I said his name correctly. Otherwise, I'll never be able to return to my old neighborhood of Silver Lake in Providence. Michael Pizzarelli started his scout journey at the age of 7, joining the Cub Scouts. He crossed over to the Boy Scouts at age 11 with Troop 1 out of Connecticut, earning the merit badges while gaining essential life skills working towards requirements to attain the rank of Eagle Scout in December of 2020. Michael has a love for the outdoors, is an avid fisherman and hunter, which he enjoys immensely. His favorite spot to fish is at Sand Pond here in Ward 3, and his vision to clear the path of the overgrown trees and piles of debris was a benefit to himself and his neighbors, which was also, Mr. President, gave the citizens of Sand Pond the opportunity to host the Spooky Trail this past Halloween, which was a much needed and very enjoyable event during this pandemic. I want to thank his mother, Dorothy, for giving me the information. And now, with permission, I'd like to have Eagle Scout Pizzarelli join us. Phil?
You should be in. Go ahead. Mr. Pizzarelli, you should be set. I'm sorry, he seems to be having some difficulties with his microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Michael, and congratulations on earning the Eagle Scout. That is a long-term and very impressive feat that you did at such a young age. So I congratulate you, Councilman Howe. Thank you for bringing him before us. And just for everybody listening at home, we want to do this at each meeting, is have someone from the community lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We've had a number of great superstars so far. Councilman Gephardt's children, Councilwoman Travis's granddaughter. We have business leaders. So each councilman throughout the year will be asking someone from their ward to lead us at a different meeting. So feel free to reach out to any of us at any time. And for the council people out there, start thinking, because we want to have to really promote our community at these council meetings. Thank you. Next up on the agenda is executive communications. There are none. For general communications, first off, I would like to say that I toured the vaccine pod today at Warwick Vets, and I was very impressed by the way that the city is handling this and doing this for our residents 75 years and older. We had the police department there helping with parking, bringing wheelchairs to people if they needed them right to their cars, escorting individuals in. We had the fire department there administering shots, signing people in. We had city employees that were there helping sign people in and directing them to the right places. We had school department staff, the janitors at Warwick Vets. After the individuals get the vaccine, they need to be seated and stay for about 15 to 20 minutes to make sure that there's no reaction. As soon as they get up, these individuals are going up, spraying down those chairs, keeping everybody healthy. So this was really a show of what Warwick can do, and I congratulate everybody that is participating in this. Again, if you're 75 years or older, the city of Warwick will be administrating these vaccines every Monday going forward. You can go to the city website and sign up right now. We do not know when the city will be able to start with people 65 and older. However, the state is now doing that as well. So you can go to the Department of Health website and sign up if you're 65 years or older. Right now, the city is still doing 75 years and older. So I want to congratulate the city, our great police and fire and city departments for all coming together and providing this great resource to our residents in the middle of a pandemic. I also want to make special mention to the fire department, our senior services, West Bay Community Action, and the Red Cross. Unfortunately, there was a number of fires this past week and a half across the city. In the middle of winter, in the middle of a pandemic, it's really upsetting and it's very difficult for the people that this happens to. Unfortunately, there was a fatality as well. So our fire department did a great job getting there as soon as they could, helping individuals get out, helping individuals get back in to get some of their keys, their wallets. And some of these people are going to be out of their homes for a number of months. So I just want to, thank them. One of these fires was in the middle of the night and our city responds. So the people that have donated to help these fire victims, the residents, it's really a great show of the strength of our community. And finally, and I'm sure other colleagues would like to speak on this as well, I just wanted to make a special mention of Councilman Joe Gallucci. Councilman Gallucci was a true statesman. I sat next to Councilman Gallucci for my first 2 years on the city council as he represented Ward 8. I was at Ward 7. He kind of showed me the ropes. Nothing got by Councilman Gallucci. He had done it all. He had seen it all, and he was a true statesman. So I'm sure that other of my colleagues would like to speak about him on his behalf. And once we would do that, I would like to have a moment of silence for Councilman Gallucci. Are there any other council people who would like to speak on general communications? Councilman Ricks.
I'd like to start by, as the council president alluded to, there have been multiple fires here in Warwick in the last month since our previous council meeting. The most serious of which I believe was at the Chateau Apartments on Warwick Avenue in Ward 2. From what I'm understanding, there are 70 people who are displaced from a total of 47 units. So I'm really grateful to see the city coming together, donating, doing what we all can to help out those people. But because of the great need there, I'll echo the council president and ask folks here in Warwick to help your neighbors however you can, whether that's a donation through the Red Cross or another charity that's helping the people who are displaced, or reaching out through neighbors, seeing if you have connections in common and if there's some way that you're able to help in that regard. We also very recently had a fire at the Cranberry Pond Apartments, also in Ward 2. It's my understanding that that was contained to one unit, and thankfully it did not reach the scale at the Chateau Apartments, but that was certainly of great concern. And so I await more information on that. Then, of course, as the council president spoke to, the passing of our colleague, Joe Galucci. I believe that he was first elected to the city council back in 1976 and served for, if I recall correctly, 16 years through terms between 1977 to 84, and then terms in more recently. Well, I just want to close that by remembering one of his many statements, that one of his many sayings that I think that we all remember from our interactions with Joe. Just such a great person, statesman, really showed his care. And I think that all of us that had the pleasure of interacting with him and learning from his wisdom, something in particular that he repeated on many occasions, especially in our last term serving together. I remember him kind of in a question and answer form, if you will. What's yesterday? A canceled check. Tomorrow, promissory note. Today, cash. It's a form of an old poem, but the way that he said it, I'll always remember it in his voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Rex. Any other council people would like to speak during general communications? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And Councilman Ricks, I would add to that Councilman Galucci never hesitated to give us all a test on those famous items as well. Councilman Galucci was a very unique individual. He was a military veteran, served the public in one capacity or another for probably the majority of his life. And he was a mentor to just about everyone at one time or another that's serving on the council now, and so many people who have come before us, and mayors and different department heads, etc. Councilman Galucci was unique in a sense that you could go toe to toe with Councilman Galucci on an issue, and you could completely disagree. But when you decided to settle in on the item, there was never hard feelings. He never walked away mad. There was never, punishments in store. He was an amazing guy. Joe Galucci was an amazing guy. He certainly was a mentor to me. And there were often times when I would pick up the phone and I would call Councilman Galucci for his opinion, because I know he would always give me the straight scoop. He would always give me the reality side of it, and not some political spin. So my deepest condolences go out to all of Councilman Galucci's family. Very sad time for his family, a very sad time for all of us. It's just, it's a pleasure to sit here and be able to say all these fine things about such a fine gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Lattiser. Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I've worked the longest with Councilman Galucci as the president, as the councilman. And I remember, he always was a mentor for me, and I'll always respect that. But even with Human Services, we worked so closely together, and he helped so many families, and the kindest person you could think of. But he was not a complete gentleman, but he was like a walking history book. You could ask him about almost anything in the past or any department in the city, and he always had an answer for you. and he guide you in the right direction. So the biggest thing, I know I'll miss him, but he was also my friend. That was a major thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Travis. Is there any other council people like to speak under general communications? Hearing none, I'd like to have a moment of silence for Councilman Joseph Galucci. Thank you very much. Right now, I want to give everybody kind of a snapshot of what we're looking at for the council meeting here. We still had to go through committees. We still have some work to do through some committees. So what I would like to do is I'd like to make the acceptance of the meetings, the minutes from previous meetings. Then we will have Rule 41, the public comment. And then I'm going to ask the council if we could move to back into committee, but into the land trust, land use committee to open up the public hearing that's for tonight. I know there's a number of people that are interested in that this evening, and we are paying for a stenographer as well. So that's kind of a snapshot of what we're looking for. And I will ask for the votes when we get to, after we finish public comment. I will do the procedures to ask for the votes from the council to see if that is their pleasure. So next up on the agenda is the acceptance of the minutes for the council meeting held on December 21st. I believe two of our council members are going to abstain on this as they were not on the council on December 21st. Do I have a motion?
Motion, favorable action.
A favorable
Second.
action by Councilman Howe, second by Councilman Ricks and Councilman Lattiser. Any questions? Do we have to do a roll call for this, or can we just do a voice vote for minutes?
You've done
Can
it
go
both
by
ways.
voice.
So,
Let's go voice vote then, if we've done it both ways.
okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And we do have two abstaining, Councilman Gephardt and Councilman Foley.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Next up is the acceptance of the minutes for the January 5th meeting. Do we have a motion to accept those minutes?
Move favorable action.
Favorable action by Councilman Howe, second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Ricks. Any questions? Okay, we'll do a voice vote on that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Next up is the acceptance of the minutes for the January 5th, 7 p.m. meeting. Do I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Favorable action by Councilman Howe, second by Councilwoman Travis and Councilman Ricks. Any questions on the minutes for the January 5th meeting at 7 p.m.? Hearing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. Next up is acceptance of the minutes for the January 6th council meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion, favorable action.
Favorable action by Councilman Howe, second by Councilman Ricks and Councilwoman Travis. Any questions on the acceptance of minutes for the January 6th meeting? Hearing none, I will do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Next up is the acceptance of the minutes for the February 1st meeting. Do I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Favorable action by Councilman Howe, second by Councilman Ricks. Any questions? Hearing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Okay.
Mr. President, I think we missed the January 20th minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, January 20th minutes, yes. Can I have a motion to accept the minutes for the January 20th meeting?
Move favorable action.
Favorable action by Councilman Howe, seconded by Councilman Ricks and Councilwoman Travis. Any questions on the January 20th meeting? Hearing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? The January 20th minutes have been accepted. Thank you. Next up is public comment. Rule 41. After the general communications and prior to the consent calendar at each council public hearing meeting, there shall be a 15-minute period during which citizens may comment about Warwick City government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for public comment shall be 15 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. The topics for comments shall be issues directly affecting city government. City council members will not respond to questions during the public comment period. The public comment session will terminate at the expiration of 15 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous consent. Do we have any members of the public that would like to speak this evening?
We do, sir. We have 2 right now.
Okay, we have 2. So if Phil, if you could let one person go, and they have about 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes.
Mr. Wojciechowski, I apologize if I misspelled it. You can unmute, please. Mr. President, we have 3 that now have their hands up.
Okay, so now please keep your comments concise, as we now have 3. So we're going to divide the 15 minutes into 3.
Mr. Wojciechowski, I apologize once again. I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but you can unmute now. Mr. President, if it's your pleasure, we could go on to the second one.
And we'll go back to him. Yes.
Yep. Mr. Cody, you can unmute now.
Good evening, council. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, sir.
So I have a couple of issues tonight that I want to speak about briefly. First is we need to get away from these Zoom meetings and we need to go back into the city council chambers. There's absolutely no reason why we can't do that. It's safe. If you look at the plaque card entering the council chambers, that room holds 420 people. With the exception of contract deliberations, there's never more than a handful of people in that room. We need to get back in there. That's the public's room. Any further, delay of doing that is just a sign of deception, and it appears that we're trying to, quell the voices of the general public. Secondly, I'm going to talk about this, and I'm going to continue talking about it, and that is on the time period of February 2018 till December 2019. The city council, the former city council, allocated $225,000 for accounting services to the accounting firm YKSM, which I was intimately involved in discussions with them over the unused sick pay schemes of the Warwick Fire Department. I have the contracts in front of me through access to public records. I have the disbursements, I have the bills, and the contract specifically states that all invoices shall be accompanied by the work product. To date, no information has been released as to the findings of the investigation into the Warwick Fire Department. I also have the non-disclosure, which I can read to you what it says on the definitions, paragraph 1. Information means information in any form relating to the application, accrual, use, and calculation of sick time by the Warwick Fire Department. Under section 2, it states specifically, YKSM shall not disclose or release any of Warwick's information to any third party without the consent of Warwick, meaning the city council. When I received this through public records, I immediately contacted former councilman Steve McAllister, who was the president at the time, and he assured me that this information was proprietary to the city council and that the non-disclosure in no way limited the city council from releasing the findings of the investigation into the Warwick Fire Department. I have to ask, after 2 years, and we've discovered that the Warwick Fire Department was engaged in illicit activities to enrich themselves, and the city council, the previous city council, and now this city council has not released these findings to the general public, and the general public has paid for this. I would respectfully request that the city council and its lawyers look into this completely and take immediate steps to release this data, because you owe it to the citizens of Warwick. The contract is very clear, and the information that I have from the city of Warwick states specifically that no report has ever been forthcoming from YKSM. The question is why? A reasonable person would assume that there is something to hide based on the 3,000 plus documents, all of which indicated a theft operation of the Warwick Fire Department. Those documents and those reports and information need to be released. In particular, when the city council hired YKSM, the fire department immediately hired the consulting firm Ward Fisher to combat and defend the reports forthcoming from YKSM. Yet those reports haven't been released. Why is that? If Rob Cody was completely wrong in his allegations, I would invite and expect Ward Fisher and the Warwick Fire Department to contest my findings and once and for all discredit my findings and my analysis. But they're unable to do that because the fact of the matter is the Warwick Fire Department was actively engaged.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Cody.
And from the city of Warwick. I have another minute left. I'm at 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
49 seconds per me.
So the point of the matter is, you people need to release this. And Mr. Walsh, I would tell you that you need to do your due diligence, put these shenanigans behind us, and release these reports immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. Next up, Phil, if you can let the next person in, please.
Ms. Derrick, you may talk now. You may unmute.
Hi, it's Leslie Derrick here. I'm chairman of the Warwick Land Trust, and we've had many discussions with the Land Trust Committee, and it's regarding our old growth forests in the city of Warwick. We have a lot of them. In fact, Warwick has some of the oldest old growth forests in all of Rhode Island. These old growth trees go back to 500 years old, and they're trees that no longer are growing anywhere. So we need to save these, but they're being cleared for solar farms, for development, and for what I'm seeing right now is townhouses, a group of townhouses down near Jefferson Boulevard. But there's a lot of development that is going to be allowing of the trees to be cleared. Behind the YMCA, there was a whole bunch of land that was sold that had some of the oldest trees in Rhode Island, and they were cleared. And we really need to stop and look at these. And we would like the city to ask the Warwick Land Trust to come in and look at these trees first to make sure that they're not disturbing any of these trees, or leave them alone and leave an area alone so it's not being damaged. So you're not taking these old trees down. Once they're gone, they're gone. And it's like sycamores and chestnuts and trees that you never see anymore. So that's important. But there's also, what I wanted to bring up to you is the solar farm that was at Beagle Club and the solar farm that they're doing behind the Y. That's a huge area that's being cleared. And so when you go and clear all these lots, and without even taking into consideration what you're clearing, you're not helping the environment, and you're not helping history on these old trees. There is the lot that's down, parcel that's down in on Jefferson Boulevard, and it's parcel plat 278, lot 144, and it's an 8-acre parcel that's being cleared. Or first of all, they're going to be asking you to change it from a light industrial to a residential. And we highly recommend that you talk to the Warwick Land Trust about this first, because this is one of the fewer green areas that are left down there. And you really need to keep some of these forests, but we would like the ability to come in on any of these parcels that you're going to be clearing and do an investigation with our experts that'll definitely tell you what you've got there before you go and clear them, and just not clear tons of acres of lots of land just to build residential homes and buildings. Tomorrow night is our committee meeting, and we invite all of the council people to join us. We have a huge meeting tomorrow night. There's probably going to be about 20 people there. They're all people who have a lot of information about the old growth trees, and we've invited the public, we've invited DEM. So we've got a lot of people who are very, very interested in what we're doing, and we're going to get publicity on this to the highest level, going to the federal government. So we're not playing around here. We're not just going to keep it local, but we are definitely focusing on our local town, our local city here. And so I beg you to, listen to the presentation. They did a dynamite job in putting this presentation together. And Councilman Gephardt's been involved too. He's seen a lot of what we're doing, and he's been out in the fields as well. So he has a good idea about what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Phil, I think we had one other person who signed up.
There are 3 others that have joined subsequently, but let me try Mr. Wojciechowski again. Mr. Stanley Wojciechowski, once again, I apologize if there we go.
Yes, I'm sorry. I accidentally put on the raise hand. At this time, I have nothing to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And Phil, you mentioned there was a couple other people that signed up. I think we still have some time.
Pontius? Corey Pontius?
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Corey Pontius. I am a resident in Ward 8 of Warwick. I just wanted to say on behalf of the public, thank you for keeping these meetings remote and valuing the public's health and the committee's health. And I would like to advise other members of the public that if they can't say what they need to say in 60 seconds or less, maybe request formal agenda space on the council's time, and to be careful what they say in public places, like over this meeting, because it makes them seem a little crazy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Phil, do you have someone else?
We have one more. Number ending 8281.
Yes, may I speak now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I'd like you to continue Zoom meetings, even when you do go back into regular sessions in person.
Ma'am, could you identify yourself for the record, please? I'm sorry.
Barbara Walsh.
Thank you. All set, 4 minutes.
Oh, my goodness. I am a disabled person, and I have not been able to attend council meetings on any kind of regular basis whatsoever. So this way, I'm able to sit here for 3-4 hours, whatever it takes, as long as you guys are working at it, to participate in city government. So however you go back to formal meetings, I'm hoping you'll keep the Zoom format, because it allows someone like me to participate and to listen to what's happening in our city government. The other thing, though, of more import, I think, immediately, is what the woman from the land trust said. I am in high agreement with her. These are folks who know what they're talking about. The city should be using them as experts and making determinations about how parcels are treated in the city. When you give variances that allow for higher transfer of zoning and more development, I think it's not in the best interest of the city. We should be in a position to think of quality of life, and more building and more money and profit is not at the top of what should be our list. We in Warwick deserve to have some green spaces in all kinds of areas, including a somewhat industrial area over at Kilvert Street. That's a highly unique kind of parcel over there. It's almost 7-8 acres of woodlands, and it's providing clean air, which you don't get over there any other way. It's containing carbon in the ground, and you don't get that from new little trees being planted when it's called landscaping. These are the kind of trees that help keep our citizens healthy, the air healthy, and we really should be thinking more about that. And I'm wondering when the comprehensive plan was last updated, and maybe some of these plot and lot things, which I'm clearly not an expert in any of this, but I care about the environment. And maybe we should be updating and looking more progressively at what people need, which is not just more development, more growth, more stuff, more industry. Here in Warwick, without that kind of quality of life, I don't know why most people would want to live here, to be honest with you. And that's my comment.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Is
Council
that
President,
everyone?
Council
Yes.
President, Mr. Wojciechowski has his hand up again. I'm not sure if it's another accident, or if you'd like, I can ask him to clarify.
Yes, let's clarify.
He lowered his hand again.
Okay, no
Wait a
problem. We
second.
just want to confirm. We don't want to shut anybody out.
It's back up.
He's giving us a high five, I think.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did it again. I'm happy to be at the meeting, and I agree with that gal. Even with the real meeting, it is good to have the Zoom for people who can't attend. This is really great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next up, I'm going to ask if the council to vote on something. We would need to, if we want to move the public hearing up, we would need to vote first to go back into committees, but go back into the land use committee. They would open up, recommend that we open up to the public hearing. Then we would move back to the full council meetings, and then we would start the public hearing. So I want to see if I can have someone to make that motion.
Move to that effect.
Okay, and Councilman Ricks, and then I saw Councilman Lattiser and Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Howe, seconded that, Councilman Foley. So the clerk will call the roll on us moving back into committees, and specifically the land use committee, so we could start the public hearing.
Alistair,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Rick,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes to move back to committee.
Thank you very much. So don't go anywhere. We're just going to go right into the land use committee. I believe Councilman Ricks is the chairman of that. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. The City Council Committee on the Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 7:46 p.m. We are going to skip ahead from the minutes. We'll return to those. And we have two items that should be heard immediately. First, PCO 1-21, an ordinance amending the City of Warwick Comprehensive Plan 2013-2033, Chapter 12, entitled Future Land Use, Map 12-1, entitled Future Land Use Map, FLUM, Great Point Group LLC applicant. Councilman Howe. Let's see. Councilman Howe is the sponsor. Do we have a motion from a member of the committee to recommend a public hearing?
Motion for public hearing.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 All right. Second and final group before we defer back to the full council. PCO 2-21, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the City of Warwick, Great Point Group LLC applicant. Similarly, Councilman Howe is the sponsor here. Do we have a motion for recommendation for public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs suspends at 7:47 p.m. to return to the full council meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks. And now we are back into the full council meeting. I am, for the record, going to ask for a vote to now move up ahead of the consent calendar that we can now take up item number 1 and item number 2 on PCO 1-21 for the public hearing. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion by Councilman Lattiser, second by Councilman Ricks,
going to
Councilman Howe,
hold it
Councilman
until
Sinat.
after their meeting tomorrow night.
Okay, and thank you. So the clerk will call the roll on moving this up to the agenda so we can hear it right now.
McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so first up is PCO 1-21, an ordinance amending the City of Warwick Comprehensive Plan 2013 through 2033, Chapter 12, entitled Future Land Use, Map 12-1, entitlement Future Land Use Map, FLUM, Great Point Group LLC applicant. Councilman Howe, if you want to call this, and then we will ask if there's somebody that would like to speak on this project. So Councilman Howe, will you move this to open it, please?
Absolutely. I move, excuse me, I move for favorable, oh, wait a minute, hold on a second. Would it be the one where would I recommend favorable from the planning board recommendations?
You can make any recommendation you like. We're just going to open it for the public hearing, and then we will make a motion as well. So you're making the motion to open it a public hearing.
Open for public hearing then, yes, please.
Okay, second, Councilwoman Travis. All right. Is there anybody here to speak on behalf of this applicant this evening?
Mr. President, we have someone in as Joe. I believe it's Mr. Shakarsky. I'm going to promote him into a panelist.
That's correct. He's attorney of record for this. Got him.
All right, we will let this Joe person come in. We'll see who he is. Good evening. Attorney Shakarsky, how are you?
Good evening, Mr. President, honorable members of the Warwick City Council. I thought my name was listed as Joe Shakarsky, so I apologize for that. It's my pleasure to be here this evening to present this wonderful project for the City of Warwick Council consideration. There are 2 matters pending before you. They have to be voted concurrently. I'm planning on giving one presentation that will cover both matters. The first, as Councilman House said, is a request for a comprehensive map change for the City of Warwick, changing the comprehensive use map from its current designation to A7 PDR, and then ultimately would be a zone change after that vote to doing the same thing. It's in essence 2 separate votes because there's 2 separate actions the council must take. But for all practical purposes, it'll be one, as brief as possible. I can give presentation that would cover both. So I'm in the interest of time, the council will obviously, if we've met our burden, we'll vote in the affirmative. If we haven't, they'll vote in the negative. They just have to vote twice. And that's all I just want to try to explain this. This is an exciting concept and an exciting project I'm happy to bring before the council. I would just like to bring my team in as part of panelists as well. I'd like to bring in Robert Lamro, the owner, his son Nick, who's his business partner, Ed Pimento, my planner, and Sam Hemingway from Garofalo, my engineer as well, please. If I could ask that those be brought in, I appreciate it. I'd like to do a brief presentation on what we're asking for, and then I will have Mr. Hemingway show the screens and the units. This is a 2-part of the housing complex. There'll be some rental units in there, and there will be some what I would call standalone condominiums, a new concept in housing, much needed today, which is smaller single-family homes. Some people refer to them as tiny homes, but they're anything but tiny because they're full of quality. They may be smaller in size than we're typically used to. It's a way to create higher density and less environmental intrusion. I would like to point out for the council's consideration, the permitting history of the project to date. My client has this property under contract, subject to approvals and zone changes. We have applied for and received a favorable recommendation from the planning department and a unanimous approval by the planning board with conditions and stipulations. Both of those two items should be in your packet presented for you tonight. In addition to that, as part of the normal process of any zone change request, this application went before the Conservation Commission, the Land Trust Commission, the Harbor Management Commission, and the Cemetery Commission, and all four of those replied back, no objection to the requested zone change and comprehensive use change. Those also should be in your packet as well. I would like to also point out, from a housekeeping standpoint, there is a minor omission in the ordinance as presented. And if the council felt they were going to approve it, I'd ask them to move to amend before they approved it. The ordinance before you says a zone change to A7, when in fact it should say a zone change to A7 PDR. The words PDR, Planned District Residential, were omitted. It was a typographical error. So I just ask that those things be corrected. I would now like to call Mr. Hemingway, and he can put his boards up, and then I will defer to Mr. Pimento, but they'll be very brief presentations. You have materials before you, and I would then ask, we open ourselves up to questions by the council, and then in addition to questions by the council, questions by the public, and Mr. Lamoureux and Mr. Hemingway and Mr. Pimento will be able to answer those questions. So I'm going to turn it over to Sam, and Sam, just go over the sites, the two main components that we are proposing, which is the rental housing and the standalone residential units. I would like to point out, Mr. President, I know the council has seen these types of projects before. We are at the zone change level. We are not at preliminary plans. We do not have our engineering work complete, nor should we. It's not required to be. And under the law, that is at step 3. We are tonight before you on step 2. What we're showing to you tonight is the largest scale that we think is possible on this property. In all likelihood, there may be a slight reduction in the number of units. The 75 units of housing could go down to 70 or 65 units. But we are showing this because we're trying to show the most accurate information. The next step will require thousands of dollars and many, many hours of detailed engineering work, DEM work, underground drainage systems, DOT, traffic. All of that stuff will be at another public hearing down the road as part of the process. This is the second of 4 public hearings on this project. Thank you, Sam. Just briefly tell the council, if you could, identify the 2 areas where the housing will be and go over the number of units in each unit, please. Thank you, Sam Hemingway from Garofalo.
Hey, Joe, hopefully everybody can hear me. Just in way of context, this is a kind of a regional map here, this being the 95 corridor. The airport connector, Jefferson Boulevard is located here, and paralleling tracks for Amtrak. Kilvert Street here. So the property is about 6.8 acres located on Kilvert Street, roughly in the center of that entire area. What is the plan that is proposed is a mixture of townhouses and detached single-family condominiums. Mr. Lamoureux will speak a little bit more to those specifics, but effectively there are 56 townhouse units in these buildings here, exiting and entering off of Kilvert Street. And then along Greystone Street, which is the eastern boundary of the project, there are 19 additional detached units that are similarly part of the condominium project. Joe summarized it pretty well. We're early in the stages of development, but we have done the initial engineering analysis regarding drainage and the initial steps as was presented to planning. We work with them through the TRC to obtain their comments, incorporating some critical elements, including a connection to the intermodal the pedestrian connection towards the train station. We think it's a great project in terms of general location and proximity to public transportation for the city of Warwick, and which is one of the major elements of this design. In terms of an overview, I hope that's sufficient for the project. Joe, let me know if you'd like me to talk about any other specific items. I'm happy.
No, Sam, thank you. I'm just going to call Ed Pimento, but I just want to point out for the council that this is a unique proposal. And if you could see one area where Sam highlights the walkability, Sam, to the train station, and just kind of show that if you could on the screen. I don't have a pointer, but I know you do. So we're planning to provide an access point so people will not have to have cars, or if they choose not to, maybe not use their cars, go to the train station and go north to Providence, or maybe even to Boston. We're trying to create the city center feel that we have all talked about for 30 years in Warwick, but really have had zero housing. We've had hotel development and we've had some commercial development, but in and around the airport, 30 years ago, we had a master plan. Bullfinch came in. We've had city center. We had the Gateway District. And ultimately, what really drives good development, green development, development sustainable for the future, is people, young people who will use their bikes and will walk to the train station and the airport and the bus station. So that's the concept that we're finally bringing to the city center, which is a livable, sustainable area of housing that we have sorely lacked for over 30 years. I'd like to call Mr. Pimento, please.
Yes.
Mr. Pimento, I'm going to ask you to be very brief. And I know that's hard for you, Ed, but I'm going to ask you to be very brief. This is a long presentation and the council has a lot before it this evening. Could you please tell the council why, in your professional opinion, and I know you have prepared reports before the council, why the zone change is consistent and why a map change is needed with the surrounding area and the general future land use and all the analysis that you've did. So please briefly touch on those two areas. Thank you, Mr. Pimento.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, I can just build on the testimony that just was provided by Sam and Councilor Shikachi. So I've been involved in several of the projects in the city center as well, some of the office development, some of the restaurants, et cetera. But really a missing component has been the residential component. You need people to feed into the businesses, right? The reason why the airport and the people move and everything was to accommodate. This was really the last remaining piece. It's in your comp plan. I think there wasn't a great feeling as to what the future classification for this property should be, even though there wasn't a great expectation for residential. And that's really the only really anomaly here and the reason why we need to amend the comp plan. Otherwise, it's absolutely consistent. If you also note, a good planning practices is that you have the single family and we're going to buffer the single family with single family and then the more multifamily and buffering to the commercial and industrial area and the solar. And that's a good planning tactic. And then as Council has stated, this is going to be more of a pedestrian flavor feeding into the multimodal system that's already been established. Now we need the people to feed into that multimodal system. That's why it's consistent. That's why we got support from the planning department and ultimately support from the planning board. What the final piece I would say is why this type of density? Well, you want to fit in with the character of the neighborhood. I did an extensive density analysis, and that's how we came up with this number of the 65 to 75, because that is the current density of this area. And I believe that's part of the record, my Excel spreadsheet analysis. So having said that, this is really one of the few remaining pieces to make the city center and this whole area successful, is having the residential presence.
Thank you, Mr. Pimento. Mr. President, members of the council, I concludes our presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions from the council and any questions through the council that may come from the public. Thank you. That's myself, Mr. Pimento, Mr. Garofalo, and Mr. Lamro. But at this point, we're opening it up to questions from the council.
Thank you very much, Attorney Shikashi. So do we have any questions? And we're going to, if you could take down your presentation real quick here, we could put it back up when we start asking questions. I just can't see anybody else to see if we're going to have any questions from the council. So are there any members of the city council that would like to speak at this time? Again, We are going to have the council speak, then we're going to open it up to the public, and we're going to come back and the council will have an opportunity to speak as well. Councilman Rex.
Thank you. A question for Attorney Shikarchi. Currently, the zoning is light industrial. So hypothetically, I see that there is a lot of green space on the plans, and I suppose this is a two-part question. First, is this proposed development, would it be net zero additional runoff compared to the current site as it stands right now? And second part of the two-part question is, as it is currently zoned as light industrial, does that mean that hypothetically the owner of the property could come along and basically pave it over or sell it to someone who would basically pave it over, and then so long as it complies with the city's guidelines and restrictions on runoff, even through something like novel means like an underground tank, which we have seen in Warwick and in Rhode Island, does that mean that hypothetically the light industrial would allow for less of that green space on the surface?
So you are correct. First of all, I can assure you that this will be zero net runoff. We will not run off anything. We'll only improve what's going on there. DEM will require us to do so. We will make sure it's done that way. And also your city engineering, first of all, we will design it that way. Second of all, DEM will review it and approve it that way. And then your city engineering department will also improve it. So the answer to your question is we will not be draining or any kind of runoff or sewerage of any kind or anything else into any of the abutting properties. In addition to that, you are correct. The property is zoned industrial, which requires very little, if any, landscaping at all. And it could be certainly put into many industrial type uses that would be, I would say, in my opinion, more offensive to the environment and would be less habitable. We don't know what kind of industrial can go in. That's a very broad zoning in the city of Warwick. And it allows the types of uses that, quite frankly, there's a lot of residential homes. If you listen to Mr. Pimento's report, when he did the density, there are a lot of rental properties around there. And this could have an adverse impact if you put in a factory that operated 3 shifts and was doing construction in noise and odors or smoke or something that would sustain a business enterprise. These will be residential homes in the area. And the key is for younger people, that's the target group, and people who want to walk to work and walk to the train station and mass transit. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to bring a really new and exciting concept of livable, sustainable, environmentally friendly housing to industrial land in the city of Warwick. So we think that this is coupled with the solar field next door, which is on top of a environmentally challenged site, and the brewery, which is in walking distance, and the Hilton Hotel and the train station. We think this is actually an unbelievably good fit for the area.
A brief follow-up. This question is mostly geared at making sure that the public is informed. So I'll first just briefly comment that I would generally prefer to see residential over some sort of industrial, even though generally speaking, industrial is better for Warwick's tax base. At the same time, in terms of having a livable city, having the right use of the land, I would generally prefer residential to that sort of use. But my follow-up question being that because it's currently zoned light industrial, and as you pointed out, that does have a very broad set of possible uses under Warwick's zoning ordinance. Does that mean that if hypothetically someone were to come along and instead of doing this current plan, basically if someone wanted to do light industrial instead of this sort of residential plan, that the light industrial type of use generally wouldn't need to come in front of this council, whereas
No.
a residential use
You
does
are-
need approval?
You are correct, Councilman. I said earlier light industrial. I meant to really say it's general industrial, which would allow a much broader use of it. And no, you do not need to come before the council. And depending on what they do there, they could easily avoid going to the planning board and zoning board. This is the second of 4 public hearings that we're having on it. And there were some issues, minor concerns from people seeing it for the first time. But overall, I thought the planning board hearing was relatively positive, hence the positive recommendation from the department and the unanimous vote from the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Foley.
Thank you. Mr. Sakachi, thank you for coming tonight. Question, timeline-wise, you're saying this is the second of 2. If it were to 4, I'm sorry, second of 4. So what's the timeline from this point forward?
We will then pause if we have a second council meeting coming up next month. If we're successful, we would have a short pause when we would go to DEM. We would do designing all of our detailed engineering plans, the drainage plans. We would go to DOT or the City of Warwick's Division of Taxation. We get our curb cuts. We would totally engineer the project. That's thousands and thousands of dollars of engineering in several months. Once we obtain all of our state approvals from DEM, DOT, in the city, whatever else we had to go, the sewer authority. Once we received all of our approvals, we would then go back for another public hearing with advertising again and notice again. That would more like, the earliest I see that happening would be June or July. And then we would have, that would be preliminary approval, then we would have final approval. So the hope would be done by Labor Day. That would be the hope, assuming everything goes well. Obviously, we're in a pandemic. People work remotely. DEM is slow in general. They're probably a little slower these days than normal. So we'd like to get the project finished by Labor Day. That'd be our goal.
Thank you.
Councilman Latta, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Attorney Sakachi. Always good to see you.
Good evening, Council.
This is certainly going to be something that I will be supporting. I think the concept is excellent, and it's refreshing to see some of the, while it's a start, some of the 3,500 homes that have been lost to the airport over the years. I think it's very, very beneficial to the city and to the residents and the taxpayers that this project is moving forward. Having said that, I do have a few questions. What would be on the size? Let's start with the townhouses. What is the size, square footage size of the townhouses?
I will defer to Mr. Garofalo, Mr. Hemingway from Garofalo's, and ask him about that, because the apartments have a certain size per unit and the townhouses, or Mr. Lamoureux, one of them will give you that answer. There's also a nice component of open space we're leaving here in the middle, but can I bring Mr. Lamoureux in? And Bob, do you mind just explaining the size of the units, please?
Yes, the homes on Greystone, the single unit element of it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
What's up?
Okay. The single unit element of it on.
Another one backed up behind it.
Mr. Shikarsky, can you mute? We can hear you.
Okay. The single unit element of it on Greystone are anywhere it's flexible. They're anywhere from 1,500 square feet to 1,700 square feet. The residential factor inside the development are right now, okay, they're anywhere from 1,000 to 1,400 square feet with an integral garage.
So these homes, and this just gets more exciting, because these homes easily lend themselves to young people, young couples, also retirees.
That's the whole intent.
Excellent. And what would the average price of these units be? I know it's difficult to project. You're probably talking a year or so out before you actually start construction, but
hopefully we're not talking a year out. We're trying to be on as fast a track as we can. As far as the prices of the units, right now we plan on keeping them at the level of a very affordable. Okay, as you probably know, Councilman Lattiser, lumber prices have been going through the roof. Okay, as well as some other things, but lumber right now is really going out of sight. So the price range will fluctuate based on those elements as we go forward.
Bob, I certainly will support you on that. I just saw an article, I think it was from Rhode Island Builders Association. This past year, the cost of the average single-family home, just related to lumber, has gone up $24,000.
Absolutely.
And I don't see it stopping. So, I agree. The sooner those shovels get in the ground, the better. The job creation. So how many jobs do you anticipate this will create in the construction portion of this project?
Ed, I can't really respond to that in terms of how many jobs, but there's quite a few jobs when you look at all the subcontractors, the excavating contractors, the local supply houses, the local plumbing supply houses. We get most of us plumbing supplies from Supply New England, which is just around the corner on Jefferson Boulevard. So yes, there's a lot of money going into the coffers of local people. I might also add that when we spoke about the intermodal district and the gateway district, which has some tax treaties attached to it, this is on the tax rolls.
So I foresee this as being a significant economic engine, largely to the city of Warwick, but also to the state as a whole.
I do also, and I also would say, Councilman, that as Mr. Shikachi had lent his argument that the intermodal district has been trying to get off the ground for a long time. We've got Preservation Brewery over near this site. We've got Ironworks over near this site. You need people. And I think this is one of the developments that'll bring people. You need people on the ground, people going to the local businesses, and I think this all adds to that.
One of the sayings we have in our industry is "build it and they'll come," right? That's certainly, I think, what's going to happen here. Last question: given its proximity, will these units have certain levels of soundproofing designed in them?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we've used in the past, as far as stuff that's on made it right on major thoroughfares, rock wool insulation and sound barrier insulation, and we will be using it here also.
Excellent. So, I think we all agree that you have to increase the footprint of the city if we're going to increase our tax revenue without increasing taxes. And these are very positive ways to do this. It's the design is excellent. While some of these units may be small to some folks, 1,500 to 1,700, that's a really nice size home, and it's very flexible for different size families. I think it's a great project. I'm totally on board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Any other questions from members of the council at this time? Councilman Gephardt.
Thanks, Chairman. Thank you for coming to present tonight. Very helpful, and thank you for the level of detail in the proposal. It was a pleasure to read. So, as we've talked about, there is a absolute shortage of housing in the state right now. The market is just on fire, and there's a lot of appetite. So, being able to bring young people, young families, or retain retirees in this type of housing is really exciting. And I like the approach of building out that intermodal area, and so all sounds really good. I just had a couple of brief questions. One is, are you at the point yet where you would be thinking about any traffic concerns or any density issues around police or fire, or does that come at a later stage? And I'm not sure who's best to answer that.
That comes before stage 3. We'll be doing that individually and submitting those results to DOT and the city traffic engineering department. So it's premature at this point, but we're well aware of that. I spoke to one of the industrial users next door. He's a neighbor, and he had some concerns about his tractor trailer trucks turning around and stuff like that. So we're going to look at all of those things. Obviously, we need to make sure that the traffic pattern works. Otherwise, people are not going to buy these homes. And we want to be a good neighbor. We don't want to do anything that's going to impact our neighbors. But we feel, quite frankly, because there's going to be the whole designation for this project is for people to only use their cars once in a while, maybe have one car for 2 people, walk. That traffic is not going to be an issue in this area. But we will engineer it, we will design it, we will study it, and we'll submit our findings to the state and the city for review and modification if need be.
Okay, thank you, sir. We heard earlier, we may hear again from a member of the land trust who had some concerns. I'm just wondering if you know anything about the history of this lot, and is it an old forest, or was it previously some other purpose, or does anyone know anything about the history of the lot and what was there before?
I can only tell you for the last 40 years that I've been around, this has been vacant, unusable land, kind of an industrial, I don't want to use the word waste, but an underutilized parcel. And, one of the neighbors that I spoke to said, it's industrial land, and you should let it be industrial. I'm like, well, if it hasn't been, we've been through 2 or 3 real estate booms, and no industry has come here and used it as industrial. Don't you think that somebody like Mr. Lamro wants to come along and willing to invest his own money? And I want to point out that we're not asking for 1 dime of a tax treaty from the city, and we're not looking for any subsidies from the state, or Commerce Department, or anywhere else. This is a strictly private investment into the area. And if the market could, the market controls really what the use of the property is going to be. If it's not marketable, no one's going to come and invest money and build in it. So no one has come for 40 years that I'm aware of to use this as industrial land. And Mr. Lamro wants to come along. This is next to a solar field. And solar field had a property that was environmentally challenged. And this is an industrial type area with some transitional housing and some rental properties. Some are beautiful. Some need a lot of work. Some need some work. And we just think we're going to be a great catalyst to increase the value and upgrade the neighborhood tremendously. And we can coexist with the uses and the people that are there. As Mr. Pimento said, the way we've designed it and the way we're buffering it, we have our own driveway, we have our own stuff, we're sharing stuff. It lends itself. A lot of work has gone into it, and a lot more work will go into it as well.
Great, thank you. No, I just commend you. I've driven by that area so many times, and never thought that houses would be there. But if you can make it work, I think it's a great effort. So thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, thank you. This is a long time coming, and I know Attorney Sakachi we talked about this for so many times, that the multi-usage housing that needed to be in this area, especially in this area, kind of like lifen it up. And this was the center, some Warwick Center. And I think it's a great location for it. And it's something that we've been talking about for so long, using different multi-housing units. and putting it all together, it's a perfect location, and it'll be bringing in taxes to the city that we need. Like Councilman Lattiser and the other councilman said that we lost with the airport. So this is a great win for the city of Warwick, and I appreciate all the hard work you put into it. And I like the idea of this is the second meeting, and like you having the second meeting out of 4 of them. So you're walking right through all of the stages. So good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman.
Any other members of the city council would like to ask a question at this time? Okay, hearing none, we would like to open up. Yes.
Councilman Howe is on and Councilman Snappy both have their hands up.
Okay. Councilman Howe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Let me put this down. I just, this is obviously going up in Ward 3, or this is proposal is for Ward 3. And I just want to share with my council and my colleagues that, you know, we've seen the sign City Center up for some time now. And we always kind of wonder, we see the trucks pull up, the construction trucks, and we say, oh, is this when it's going to happen? I'm actually very excited about this development. I'm excited because it's going to bring the people there. I'm excited because there are already established businesses there that was mentioned by Councilor Shikarchi. We have Proclamation Ale, which has been terrific to the city. We have Ironworks, which is now owned by the Newport Group, that has been very good to the city. We've lost a lot of houses in the airport expansion. This is a first step, a big step in bringing back a lot of that revenue that we already heard Councilman Lattiser and Councilwoman Travis say. This is bringing people into the city, all different types of demographics, whether it be available for seniors, small families, non-custodial families. The location is excellent. And I do want to say, since I got word on this, obviously in the years that I've been serving on this council, I've developed a network of constituents who are concerned about all the going-ons within their city. I have not received within my ward in that area one negative comment about this development. As a matter of fact, it's the total opposite. People are excited that this development is happening. The businesses are especially excited that this development is happening right off Jefferson Boulevard. They're very excited that this is happening. The businesses that are on Kilvert are excited that this development is in the works. The citizens from all areas of the ward, they're excited to hear that there's going to be a massive development of residential. We have so much going on in Warwick right now and so much great development that's coming in. Especially, you know, there are 2 major projects that are being spoke of in Ward 3, and this is one of them. This one is getting nothing but positive feedback. I'm excited about it. It's obvious that, you know, we can say that the location is questionable. I disagree with that. I agree wholeheartedly with Councilor Shikarchi said. It's been sitting there undeveloped. Let's develop it. Let's bring that city center in. Then it'll attract more businesses, going on what Councilman Lattiser said. You put the people there, the businesses will follow. More of those buildings will get utilized. More development will come. There'll be more access to the airport and to the trains. I want to say thank you to Rob and Nick Lamoureux for making this kind of financial commitment, and especially in that area. And I want to thank Councilor Shikarchi for moving it forward. Obviously, to my colleagues, I want to go on record as saying I support this, and this is a great program. This already passed the planning department, the planning board, I apologize, the planning committee, by fellow citizens of Warwick without any issue. So thank you very much, Council President, and I yield to any questions someone may have.
Thank you very much, Councilman Howe. Councilman Snappy.
Just to be brief, I can't count the number of times I've driven by this area and wondered when it was ever going to get developed. So this is a welcome change of pace, and especially with the distance from the train station, because that'll be very helpful for pulling in more kind of transplants from other areas. The more we can get in here, the better. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you both.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now any other questions from the council at this time? I see no more hands on the raising hands. Okay, so now I'd like to open it up to the public. Normally we do, would anybody like to speak for this project? And then would anybody like to speak against this project? But we wouldn't know what the person's position is until we call on them. So I'm just going to ask when we call on the public if they can give their name and their address for the record and let us know their position on the proposal this evening, and they can feel free to ask any questions.
Ms. Derrick, you can unmute.
Yes, this is Leslie Derrick. I live on 84 Dundas Ave here in Warwick. And I like your plan. I think it's very nice. One of the things that we wanted to do, I don't remember anybody coming to the land trust and asking us to give a yay or a nay on this. But I do like your plan, and I'm anxious to hear more. The only thing I have a concern of is we would like to see that land. If you would allow one of our people to come, or two of our people to come and walk the land, and just give us the opportunity to look for old growth. And believe me, we're not being over cautious on old growth. We're being careful with it. I mean, we're just making sure that if there's an old growth forest on this land, we want to preserve it. That's the only thing. But I like what you're doing. I'm for what you're doing, and I think it's great for the city center. And I also would hope that you'd put some solar panels on those roofs.
Thank you. Actually, we can talk about solar some of the time, Leslie. It actually really doesn't work on individual homes, but you and I can have that discussion another day. There is plenty of need for what I would call clean energy, wind, solar and stuff, but there's an appropriate place and time. But thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate it.
But can we get the approval? Can we get somebody to allow us to come?
Between this hearing and the next hearing, you can contact me, and I'll talk to the owner and his business partner, and we'll certainly try to accommodate your request. I don't own the property, so I can't say yes or no, but I will find out. And my client doesn't own the property also. He's only under contract for that. So we will make that request between the hearings, and we'll get back to you before the next hearing.
Okay, but I'm also curious to find out who at the land trust you talked to get our approval.
I have it in writing. It was submitted by the planning department, and I have it in writing that they sent the memo back and had no objection on it.
Wow, because I haven't missed a meeting.
Or you can check with the planning department after this hearing this evening, but I have the conservation, the land trust, the harbor management, and the cemetery all listed, no objection.
Okay.
I believe it's part of the record. If you ask each of the council people, it should be in their packets. That's one of the problems with doing remote, but I believe it's in their package as well. Packets,
Okay.
excuse me. I'm going to try to look for it, but if we want to continue with another question, I'll try to give you an answer before I finish.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another person, I believe?
We have phone number ending in 8281.
Yes, Barbara Walsh, 62 Frederick Street. I'd like to know what you might do in order to protect any of that woodland, especially if there is old growth on it.
So we don't have the answer to that yet because our plans haven't been finalized, but I want to point out that this is private property. It's owned individually. And when you talk about old growth, I'm assuming you mean old trees. And what I would tell you that, it is up to the owner and the development. I mean, every one of us who are on this call right now presumably live in Warwick or we live in a home. And at one point, there probably was a tree there. And when we built our home, some tree had to come down. So there is growth there and there is stuff that has to come down. I don't really know what to do or how to answer that. Nobody wants to cut down old trees, but in order to have development and in order to move advancement, as Mr. Lattice said, Councilman Lattice said, create jobs and grow the tax base, sometimes you have to cut down trees. So we'll do our best to preserve whatever we can and when we can. And that's all that's the only commitment I can honestly give you. I can't promise you that we're not going to cut down any trees, because that would really be lying to you. And I don't really want to give that impression.
But you're promoting this as a green area. It is
That's
not a green area if you're taking down almost 8 acres of old woodlands. So what can you do to try to protect some of it?
We have a very robust landscaping plan, and I don't know what your definition of old growth is. Someone's old growth may be someone's brush. I mean, I really don't know what the definition of and what that means. We have
I would ask that you speak to either the tree council or to the land trust folks. They know what they're doing. Maybe you ought to bond society.
This project went before the land trust on February 1st, and they have written back to the planning department, and it said no objection to this. We
Well,
presented
that's not what the president just said.
Well, I have it in writing, and I believe the council people have it in writing. And I'm not lying, and I can produce that.
I think she may like to see that.
It was dated February 1st. And you can maybe check with, if there's anybody on planning, if they have it. And if not, I'll ask the council to have it. I can read it if you want. I found it in my emails, and I'll be happy to read it.
Who signed it?
There was no signature. It said no objection. I will read it to you. Chairperson, Conservation Commission, from Lydia Cruz Abreu, February 1st, 2021. Zone change recommendation, Kilvert Street and Greystone Street. Assessors plat. Let me just increase this so I can read it. 278 lots 144. The applicant is requesting a recommendation for a zone change for assessors plat 278, assessors plat lot 144, from general industrial to residential A7 Plan District Residential. 56 townhouse style units with access to culvert, 75 5-unit multifamily residential development, and 56 townhouse style units with access to Kiva Street, and 19 single family style units with access to Gray Street. On a lot less than required front yard setback, less than required separation between buildings, less than required parking within 15 feet of a residential structure, and parking within a front yard, corner yard, and side setbacks in A7 Plan District, A7 residential zoning. And the comments came back, no objection. It was signed by Susan, authorized Representative Susan Capasco on 2/1/29. That was 3 weeks ago.
She's not from the land trust.
Well, that was from the Conservation Commission.
But you also said the land trust approved.
And then, let me finish. I have 4 of them. I'll go to the next one. There's one, same thing from the land trust. And that was also signed by Sue Capasso, 2/21. No objection. I have that from.
I would suggest to the city council that there's an issue here, because she is not part of the land trust. She should not be approving things like this.
Well,
it's a conflict of interest, in my opinion.
Well, she's nowhere connected to our team. She's a city employee, and she does not work for us. I have another one, the same thing from the Harbor Management, also signed by her. And I have one from the Cemetery Commission, also signed by her on 2/1/21.
Well, I want to just say 2 things. One is the council members should not find this to be acceptable. I don't believe she's authorized to be signing those things, especially when the president of the land trust said she had no part in this and did not approve it from the land trust. But secondly, I would still ask that you honor her request, let them walk the property, and then come back and say what you might be willing to do to protect some of that land.
Respectfully, ma'am, I answer that question. We will make that request, and I'll have an answer by the next hearing. This is a 4-hearing process. I don't own the property, neither does my client. Are you willing all to sign waivers of liability waivers? I don't know the owner. I can't speak for him, so I can't be bound by him. With all due respect to the land trust, they're not the agency that approves or denies it. They only make recommendations. That's all the authority that you have. The authority rests with the city council and the planning board. And we'd like to move forward on this project for all the great reasons that it has. Now, if you want to have a different global decision on empowering the land trust to make land use decisions, but under the State Enabling Act, you don't have that authority or ability, respectfully.
And you know that's not going to happen. What we're both asking you to do is be open to needs that are other than economic.
Well,
there's a quality of life issue here. There's an environmental health issue here. Those older growth trees are the ones that protect the air that we breathe and the soil base from which the carbon is emitted when they're cut down. It keeps the carbon in the ground. When you do landscaping with new trees, it doesn't do that.
Respectfully, Mrs. Walsh, and I appreciate your passion and your love for the environment as I share it too, but I don't know if you have the qualifications to make a statement like that, and that ultimately rests with the Department of Environmental Management, whether how much benefit or environmental benefit comes. Now, I love trees. We all love trees. We all want trees, but we also want progress in our city. So Warwick is the second largest city with a house. We house the airport. We're trying to create a business-friendly, environmental-friendly community. This development does that.
But if you kept older growth trees in there, don't you think that would be something the young people or retired folks that you're marketing to would take some pride in?
It depends on where they are. What if they're in the middle of a big development? And what if there's an old growth tree in the middle of a development? And all of a sudden the development gets cut in half and it's not economically feasible. It really depends on where those trees are. Now, there are things we can do. I don't want to sound, uncaring, but there's landscaping, there's reforesting, there's a lot of things we can do. And a lot of cities and towns have adopted that. Specifically, some of the older communities, the rural communities, if you knock down one tree in development, you plant two somewhere else. There's lots of things we can do. But that's a global discussion, and that's really not appropriate for this particular development. This is industrial land. You're trying to make us stop what we think is a really good environmental project and leave it industrial so somebody else can come along and put a factory there and not even go before the council or the land trust or anywhere else and just build something. It's zoned general industrial. Do you know the commercial uses that you could have under general industrial? It's much, much less environmentally sensitive and friendly than this residential development with the tremendous amount of landscaping and the open space that's being preserved there. But, we want to...
What open space are you saying you will preserve?
You can look at the development. We had the plans up there. You can go to City Hall.
I cannot. I am visually impaired.
Well,
I'm asking you to describe it to me.
I'm not a good person to describe it, but the development has significant landscaping, beautiful growth, beautiful trees in the area. It's going to enhance it. We have brush on the ground right now and litter and clutter, and it's going to be beautiful, and people are going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to live in this area. It's going to be a beautiful development, Mrs. Walsh. That's all I have on this issue. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mrs. Walsh? No. Okay, I do see we have Dan Egan from the Planning Department. Dan, would you like to speak on this?
Please, thank you, Council President. Dan Geegan again with the Planning Department. Just for clarification, the memo that was signed by the Land Trust was signed by Susan Cabeceras. She is a part-time staff member of the Planning Department, and at her discretion, she reviews projects that come to the Land Trust, to the Conservation Commission, and based on certain parameters such as wetland, natural resource value, and that sort of thing, she will either forward them to the board or she'll offer no objection. In this case, the parcel in question was part of the former Leviton property. It was subdivided out of it, and it actually Leviton had a driveway running directly through the center of it. If you look at certain aerials, you will see the old driveway. The driveway has now been moved to the west side of the property. So a lot of it has been disturbed. We love trees in this department. We appreciate trees. We support the preservation of trees, but we also have certain tools that we use. We look to acquire properties, large properties such as Dolly Farm on Cohasset Road, Rocky Point, Barton Farm. The list is long and we're very proud of them. In this particular area, the developer, he does have rights to his property. It is housing. There's a huge need for housing right now in Rhode Island. Both the prices are skyrocketing. We have lost a lot of residents. And this does tie into what we call smart growth, and sustainability around smart growth involves building in areas that have infrastructure, that are developed, that we don't have to bring sewers out into the woodlands. We have them here. We have the power grid here. We have the train station here. And that is why when you look at the project, it's supported, and it is supported by the comprehensive plan as well. And immediately abutting the property is high density residential. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarity on the discussion for the council. Thank you.
Thank you. I just like the last, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, and I won't belabor because I know other people may have questions, but conceivably, we could put a parking garage up there tomorrow without ever coming before the city or the planning board or city council, cut every tree down, pave every inch of it, and put a parking garage there. And does that really benefit the environment or the area or the neighbors? It doesn't. What benefits them is this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more people that would like to speak out on this from the public?
Mr. President, Mr. Wojciechowski still has his hand up. I just out of respect, I'd like to make sure that it was an accident, or if he would like to speak.
Sure.
He just lowered it. So, Ms. Derrick?
Yes, okay, I'm here. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that as a Warwick Land Trust, we don't go into private land unless it's our land, or the city's land. We don't go into privately held land and try to govern you and tell you what to do. All I had said wanted to say was that I like what you do. I like what you're doing. And I just want to make sure that if there is an old tree in there, maybe we can preserve one old tree. Or
we will do our very best, Leslie. We really will.
Okay,
Because we
that's all
love
I'm
them
asking.
too.
But I'm not saying as the land trust can go in there and do anything. We cannot. All I'm asking is that if you do have an old tree, if we could talk to you about it.
Fair enough. That's a reasonable request, and we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any more comments or questions from the public?
I do not see any hands raised. Councilman Sinapi has his hand up. That's the only other one we have right now.
I just want to give one more opportunity to the public. Any other members of the public would like to speak on this? Okay, hearing none, what I would like to do now is close the public meeting, and then we will ask comments for the council before we take any action. So can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Move to close public hearing.
Moved by Councilman Rick, second by Councilman Lattiser. Do we need a roll call for that or a voice call?
Do roll call
All
for
right,
that, just for the record.
Okay, for the record, the clerk will call the roll on closing the public hearing.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser. Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes to close the public hearing.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. To discuss this topic, Councilman Sinapi.
I just wanted to point out, I know some wards might not have this issue, but mine does, where we have industrial literally right next to residential, and it's not enjoyable, to put it lightly. So any chance to avoid that possibility by getting residential in places like this as opposed to industrial is one that should be taken. That's all.
Thank you very much, Councilman Sinapi. Any other council people would like to speak on this?
Mr. President, before we take a vote on this, can I just ask for clarification from Mr. Shikarchi on that typographical error?
I believe in the one of the two ordinances that are proposed, it says it's a zone change to residential. It should be residential PDR.
Right, and would that be PCO 221? I just want to make sure that this.
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, so just the next motion for the body's edification, you would need to vote on an amendment if that's the pleasure of the body, and then pass it or do what you will as amended, but not on this particular one. This is for the comp change portion first.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much for clarification. Okay, I just like to comment on this project as well. You know, I was really excited reading about, especially the planning of the walking route to connect to the train station and to the airport. My position at the U.S. Chamber, we meet with business people all the time, and they're always looking to recruit people. And a lot of younger people, they want to have this access. They don't want to have to own a car. They want to be able to jump on the train to go to Boston, to go to New York. They want to be able to get around their city. And this is to have a new complex where they could live right there and get around in the heart of Warwick is really exciting. I am a housing advocate. I'm a commissioner in Rhode Island Housing. I hear every day about the housing need, the housing crisis that we have here in Warwick and the state of Rhode Island. I see houses in Greenwood. They're for sale for one day and they're swept up. People want to move here. You know, we need more housing available. I also really like the part that the way these houses are, it's going to be townhouses, but also the single family homes, these smaller single family homes. And just as I believe it was Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Howe pointed out, this is going to attract young people and retirees. And that's a really good thing. So I'm excited about this. You know, in Ward 7, we lost a lot of neighborhoods. We lost full neighborhoods of housing due to the airport. People that I went to high school with, their parents, their houses are no longer there. They've had to move out of the city of Warwick. And then these are people that were planning to be there forever. So getting some more housing into the city is great. You know, I know that the Attorney Sikorski is going to do his best. He lives in the city of Warwick as well. But this is an exciting plan. This is something that we've been looking for. I know the businesses around there are going to be excited. I think this is going to attract a lot of people to our city and could be a model for future development. So with that, I'd like to ask for a motion, and I believe we're going to have an amendment. I know we don't need the amendment on the first one. So I'm going to ask them for a motion on PCO 1-21.
Motion for favorable action.
Second.
A motion by Councilman Foley, second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Ricks, Councilman Howe, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Gephardt, Councilman McElroy. Hearing any other questions? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, first passage.
Thank you. PCO 1-21 passes. Up next, part of this is PCO 2-21, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick, Great Point Group applicant. This one, I believe, will have an amendment. Can I have someone that can make that motion with the amendment? Either Councilman Ricks or Councilman Howe?
Motion for PCO -2-21 with amendment.
If
Favorable
I may,
action.
I just, as a technical matter, would request from our city council solicitor, do we technically need to open this for public hearing?
No, I mean, I don't think so, because Attorney Sikorski said that he was making it, these are two kind of dual sides of the same coin. So you needed to pass or, you know, move favorable action for an item number 1 for item number 2 to even be relevant. So no.
That's all I need to hear. Thank you. And I will second Councilman Howe's motion.
Could I just clarify Councilman Howe's motion? I think we need a separate motion to amend, and then we move as amended. So could we have, if the chair would entertain a motion to amend first, and then we can move as the body to amend?
Correct. So Councilman Howe is going to make a motion and he's going to make the amendment, and then we will vote on that. Then we will vote on it as a whole. Correct?
Very well. I make a motion as read by the solicitor, as amended.
Sure, let me just, if you wouldn't mind, let me just pull it up really quickly.
No
I wanna
worries.
make sure I
For
get-
favorable action, Mr. President.
Yes. The PDR 7, excuse me, A7 PDR as opposed to A7.
Yes, so let me just make sure we're clear on the record here, everybody. So the requested amendment will be at line 32 of PCO 2-21. It currently reads Assessor's Plat 278, Assessor's Lot 144, as said plat appeared in the Tax Assessor's Office on December 31, 2019, located on Kilvert Street and Greystone Street, is hereby changed from general industrial to residential A7. That last portion, from general industrial to residential A7, should now read as amended, from general industrial to residential A7, planned district residential, open parentheses, PDR, close parentheses.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion as amended. We need a second. Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Ricks, Councilwoman Travis. Any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, we will call a vote for the amendment.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
Okay, so the amendment has passed. Do I have a motion from Ward 3, Councilman Howe in your ward? Do I have a motion as amended?
Move favorable action as amended.
It's been moved favorable as action as amended by Councilman Howe. I see Councilwoman Travis seconds, Councilman Foley, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Ricks, Councilman Gephardt, Councilman McElroy. Any questions as amended for PCO 2-21? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Snappy,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes, first passage as amended.
Thank you very much. PCO 2-1 as amendment passes.
Thank you very
Okay.
much, Mr. President. Thank you all. And let me just give you my 1 second condolences for all of our mutual good friend, Joe Gallucci. He'll be sorely missed. And I appreciate all the kind words said. I'm sure his family does as well. He was Mr. Warwick for 16 years that I've been around. So he'll be surely missed. Thank you all. Good evening and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to make everybody aware, we are going to be going back into committees. We have not finished the work that we are doing in the committees. So we are going to go back into the Finance Committee and we are going to pick up where we paused a couple hours ago. If we want to take a 5-minute break, let everyone get up and stretch their legs, but a solid 5, and then Councilman Howe will call the finance meeting back into order. So we'll shoot for 9:01 to get back for the council meeting.
That's good, Mr. President. 9:01. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The time is now 9:01. If the Finance Committee could reconvene.
I'm here.
Wonderful. We'll continue on. The Finance Committee, the time is now 9:01. The Finance Committee is resumed. Okay. So item number 15, overhead, 2021-246 Bravo, overhead door repair and replacement. Is that Deputy Chief Obenhauer?
That's us.
All righty. How you doing, Dep?
Doing good. How are you, Chairman?
I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Excellent.
You got the stage.
This is going to be the same as DPW presented before we went to the full council. This is overhead door and repair, 2021-246. We did only receive one bid request. That's from Overhead Door of Providence. This is going to be a one-year bid. We're asking for a one-year bid, not to exceed $20,000.
Thank you. I'm sorry about the paper shuffling. A one-year bid not to exceed. Okay, got it.
20,000.
Yep. There we go. I'm getting my bearings back. So pretty much the exact same thing as the other departments, just for your department.
That's correct. Yep, it's the same bid. It's just for the fire, just for the fire side.
Okay. Why do you have an idea maybe as to why only one bidder bid?
I do not know that.
Okay. Are there any questions from the committee? Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chief, I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow to discuss some of the bidding, okay?
Sounds good. I'll be here all day.
Sounds good to me too. Thank you. And by the way, before we go this vote, if it's okay, I just want to say, if you don't mind, pass it on. I gotta again echo what the council president said. Great job with this vaccination rollout. It was thrown at you guys quick, and you got it done. It was organized and well done. So thank you.
You're welcome. A lot of departments helped on that, not just us.
That's great to hear. But I know you guys took the lead. I don't mean to take away from the other departments, but I know that it was, being that your chief is the EMA director, that it kind of fell on you. So thank you on behalf of myself to the department and all the other departments. Do I have a motion for 2021-246B?
Motion for favorable action.
Second.
Motion for favorable, seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Item number 17, 2021-265, purchase rollout carts and wheels. Hi, Christy.
Hi. Public Works is requesting a 56.6 to purchase more rollout carts, which are the carts that we use to pick up recycling and household waste, as well as the accessories, so to speak, that go with them, the wheels, the axles, that sort of thing, in the amount of $22,176.
Thank you. And what's the purpose? Just because of the wear and tear of the existing?
We have, well, yes, we do need replacement parts, whether the wheels fall off, sometimes lids get broken, things like that. But we need, more importantly, additional carts because we have residents looking for carts and we don't have any to give them right now.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I know myself personally, I've already replaced both the primary and the cart, and I've also had to have the tire replaced on some of them. But when you think about what I put them through and how much they're moved and what their job is, I have no problem with it. Are there any questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Oh, Councilman Gebhardt, I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask if quickly, if someone does have an issue with a wheel or something, what's the process for them to get that replaced?
So they just contact the sanitation department and they will get someone out to fix it as soon as they can. We just ask that they leave the cart out by not on the curb, but near the curb somewhere that, our employees aren't gonna go onto someone's property, like, you know, up near their garage looking for it. But if it's near the curb, then we can just do the quick swap out and they'll be all set.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions from the council? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Motion favorable action.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Item number 18, 2021-271, items for meter replacement.
Good evening. Water
There we go.
Division.
Hey, Terry.
Hello. The Water Division is requesting a 56.6 in the amount of $2,425.85. It's for flanges and spool piece and gaskets for emergency meter replacement at the Universal property off Foley Hill Road. We have a bill out there right now. We had to get these pieces right away when we were installing that meter. We had a meter we had a $9,000 meter donated to us by Ty Sales. It's a brand new ultrasonic meter. So back in early December, we had to do a 3-3 to buy some valves, but we did not know we needed these parts also.
So it's a $9,000 item that was given to the city.
Right.
And these are the accessories that are going to go with it to support it?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. Are there any further questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
So very nice for them to give us this meter to pilot, but are there any concerns about our ability to service it, given that it won't be the same as the rest of the meters in the fleet?
It's actually really nothing to service on it, Councilman. It's all ultrasonic. It just takes the reading by sound. That's pretty much it. It's pretty much like any other meter. Most meters don't need any maintenance.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Phil, I thought we agreed we're gonna disarm his hand rising mechanism. Councilman Lattiser, you have a question.
Impossible, Chairman. I'm the only one that mutes me. Notice. Hi, Terry. How are you?
Hey, Councilman.
Terry, in your position paper here, it says there was a container fire behind Savers located, blah, blah, blah. Warwick Fire Department hooked up to the hydrant and charged their line for water supply. However, the hose collapsed and there was not sufficient water flow through the hydrant to effectively put out the fire. So was that the result of this meter, or was that the result of the hose? I know we've recently approved purchasing some new hoses. So what's the deal with that?
Well, that's how we found out the meter was faulty. When they went to go get on the charge at fire hydrant, there wasn't a sufficient amount of water. So we looked into it immediately and discovered that valve had seen its best days.
So it was a valve issue, not a hose issue, or a combination thereof?
No, it was a meter issue. The mechanism side, that 8-inch meter, it just broke.
So I was doing some, well, let me back up a bit. How old was that current meter, and what size was that current meter?
It was an 8-inch meter, and when Universal Properties was first built, I couldn't tell you the year on that. I'd have to look that up.
So some of the research that I did yesterday, it tended to make you believe that the 8-inch, 10-inch, 12-inch meters were fairly new to the industry. Is that correct? Or?
No, nope. We've had larger size meters around for quite a few years, especially firefighting lines in commercial buildings. We've always had large meters.
And do you actually have an estimate or an invoice or a pricing sheet on that particular meter? Because I wasn't able to come up with anything that showed me, that type of money on the meter. I just couldn't find it. Do you have?
Yeah,
something?
I can certainly get that too from the regional salesman. That's not even on the market yet, that type of meter. So they're using us as a pilot program.
So that's what I'm saying. This is a new meter. This is a new meter.
Brand new meter.
That's what I was talking about. So this particular meter, this 8-inch Mach 10 meter, is new to the industry.
It's not a Mach 10. It's a Neptune ultrasonic meter.
Oh, well, this says offered the city a free hydrosonic Mach 10 meter. That's what our paperwork says.
That could be correct. Like I said, this is brand new to the industry.
Okay.
One of my meter techs could answer that question better for you.
No, I was just curious, about this product itself, and that was what my information had, that it was relatively new product to the industry.
Yeah, I can definitely scan over some any information that we have on that. That's not a problem.
And so yeah, I understand that you need that strainer also. That's the issue. That's the big expense in this $2,400 item is $2,100 for the strainer.
Correct.
So Chris, for everyone's benefit, tell us what the purpose is of this strainer. And I mean, I understand that there was a miscommunication here, and I'm certainly not looking a gift horse in the mouth.
Right.
But I think it's important for not just my colleagues on the council, but the people who are paying the bill for this to know what the importance is and significance is of that strainer.
Well, the strainer will catch any debris before it goes through the meter. It's an 8-inch strainer. Typically, when you buy a larger size meter, the strainer comes with the meter already. With this new meter, it does not come with it. So that's why we had to purchase it separately.
So this strainer is, to give you an analogy, it's like a 10 micron fuel filter, right? To filter out the elements before it gets to the meter.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why it's so important.
Correct.
Does this meter require a battery backup?
No, nope.
It does not. Okay, because some of the research showed that some of them do require a battery backup. So
what happens is the reading device itself, just like in our radio waves, they have a battery with a 20-year shelf life.
Okay, so this comes with a battery then?
That's correct.
Okay, so that answers my question. It comes with a battery with a 20-year shelf life. So is that a 20-year warranty or is that a 20-year shelf life?
They warranty for the batteries for 10 years.
10 years, okay. All right, Terry, thank you. You answered my questions. Good job on getting that donation on that too. That was really good.
Yeah, that was my staff. That I had nothing to do with it really.
Well, good. Congrats to the staff.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Chris. Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Motion favorable.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion for favorable, second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Item number 19, purchase extended warranty coverage for a 2019 backhoe.
Public Works is requesting to purchase an extended warranty for the 2019 backhoe that is actually utilized by the water department. That is their primary machine, particularly for water main breaks and things like that. The original warranty has expired, and we are requesting to extend the warranty for powertrain hydraulic parts and labor, 60 months or 5,000 hours in the amount of $12,294.
Thank you. I got a question. How do they, is there a running timer on the machine that
There
lets
is.
them know how many hours?
There's an hour meter, and actually, at the time when we were looking into this, that machine had 1,051 hours on it.
And it's 2 years, well, I guess 1 year old, right?
Yes, like 1.5.
So you were averaging about 1,000 hours per year average? Or should we add more in because of the pandemic?
Well, as of late, they've had a lot of water main breaks, which,
Yeah.
but they're very expensive to fix, these machines. We have warranties as well on our loaders, the two newer loaders that we have. It's
Yep.
well worth the money. You blow a transmission in one of these things and you're looking at $20,000 at least.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. As you know, I've always said I prefer preventative maintenance instead of reactionary. So I can respect this. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the committee? None. Any questions from members of the council? Phil, he can still do that. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Christie, what's the cost of a new machine?
One of these?
Yeah.
It's probably close to 200,000.
Okay. And I remember when we had approved the machine that you're talking about now, and that was a really good acquisition on your part. We did not purchase an extended warranty at the time when we bought that machine?
No.
We did not.
No.
And what's the hours on the machine now?
Last I knew, at the time when I was doing this research and writing this up, it had 1,051 hours. Obviously, they've used it since then, so.
So this 60 months of 5,000 hours, that's not 5,000 hours on the clock. That's 5,000 hours in addition to the hours on the clock when we purchased the warranty. Is that correct?
Correct. It starts from the point where we issue the purchase order and pay for. So if it has, 1,200 hours on it, then we get 5,000 more. Or 60 months, whichever comes first.
Right. And of course, someone from the department will have to document the hours on that machine, right? On that contract for the warranty.
Every time it comes in for service, particularly by our mechanics, it's documented on a repair order.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm talking about when assuming that we approve this, and I certainly support it, that when the warranty is issued for 60 months or 5,000 hours, at that time and on that date, someone from DPW will certify what the hours are currently on the machine.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. I'm fine with this.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Hearing none.
Move favorable action.
Second.
You're muted, Chairman.
All right, there you go. Here I am saying I didn't hear anyone, and that's why. So I asked for a motion. I heard the motions. I heard the second. I didn't hear the vote. So I apologize. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Aye. I apologize about that. We are on item 20 from the bid package. Item 20 from the bid package. That is 2021-274, Code Red Emergency Notification System. This is found on page 108. Deputy Chief?
The department's requesting a 56-6 exception to bid to OnSolve to maintain our Code Red emergency notification system. This is the software that the fire department and the city use to make mass emergency notifications to all the residents. We've used this several times already this year just for the pandemic. We typically use it during the storms and blizzards to get a message out quickly to all the residents. We're looking for a cap of $9,500, which is the annual support contract that will run from 10/3/20 to 10/2/21. This will come from the EMA operations budget 34,354.
And I just have a quick question, Chief. I know it's coming from the EMA operations budget. Do we get federal or state assistance to replenish that budget? Or like, is this from a grant of some sort?
This is actually split between us and the Rhode Island Emergency Management Agency. This is actually an $18,000 expense, if I did my math correctly, $19,000 expense.
Yeah.
And they split that cost with us.
Okay.
We don't have any other money that goes into that emergency operations budget. There is a lot of reimbursables that we do, especially during COVID. A lot of the things we do, like in the vaccine clinics and that type of thing, we do get some small reimbursables from the Department of Health and from REMA that come back. It does not go back into that budget. It goes back into the general fund, but the expenses are spent out of this budget to purchase those things.
Excellent. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Mr. Chief. So I'm familiar with this system now because around the vaccine, obviously it was one of the key ways that folks were informed, and we've been directing people to make sure that they register. I just had a question about the way Code Red prices their solution. So is there any incremental adders for how many people are on the list, or how many residents opt in, or how many messages we send, or is it one big flat rate and we can do with it as we wish?
There are packages. I believe the one that we have is the unlimited package. They limit the amount of calls we can make, how often we can make them. And I know when we went into this agreement with the Rhode Island Emergency Management, it was on the unlimited plan. So we don't have a limit as to how many messages and when we can do them. So what you're seeing here, this won't change depending on how many people we get, how many messages we send. It's a flat $9,500 rate a year.
Okay, great. No, I think we've made really good use of a tool that we have to be able to keep people informed about the vaccine as well as storms and other things. So great job, and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I see it. Any other questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Council President McAllister.
Thank you very much. Just to echo Councilman Gephardt's comments that, this is a really important piece that we have. And when people were signing up for when vaccines became available, the mayor did a Code Red report, and a lot of people found out for the first time there. Not everybody is on social media. Not everybody is, was in front of the TV to see the press conference and stuff like that. But they got a phone call. They got a message. And this is a really good tool. It's a safety tool. The chief mentioned you can do it for storms. You can do it for another thing. Anytime you need to get a message out to the whole community. So I would, obviously I support this, but I would just like to recommend that residents to please sign up. You just go right on the city's website. It says Code Red right on the, you pull down Code Red, just put your information, and you just put your, excuse me, your name and cell phone number in there, and they'll call you, leave a message on your voicemail, just to be informed, just to keep updated. And it's a really good resource. And I think I just wanted to take this opportunity to get that out there and encourage as many Warwick residents as possible. And if you have family living in Warwick, sign them up. It's a really good and an important thing. And I support this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Couldn't agree more. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Deputy Chief, how do we get billed for this service? Do we get billed once a year? Do we get billed quarterly? How do we pay for this?
It's an annual contract. Typically, we come to council.
You're muted, Chief.
You're muted, Dep. You're muted.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
This is an annual contract. Typically, we would come to you with this ask for the exception to bid back in the early part of this fiscal year. But in a cost-saving measure back in July, we looked at maybe the state of Rhode Island has their own Code Red system. We were looking into maybe piggybacking onto the state system and utilizing their system at a cost savings to us. Earlier this year, there was a lot of work involved with making that switch over to the state. So the chief was in some discussions with Rhode Island Emergency Management about the possibility of letting that happen. But now that we got in deep into the pandemic, and once the vaccine clinic started and we started to have a high need for the use of this system, we decided it was in our best interest to just keep the system where we are, where we have control of it, and we know how many calls we can make and when we can make them. And then we're going to probably re-up that conversation with Rhode Island Emergency Management closer to the fall of next year.
And I concur with you, Deputy Chief, as well as my other colleagues on the council. It is a vital component to communication to the members of the community, particularly with the emergency notifications. And I'm curious why the contract expired on October 3rd for this service, and it's just coming to us now.
So for the reasons I just mentioned, we were in discussions with Rhode Island Emergency Management about possibility of getting off of our own system and using the state system. So we weren't going to pay this bill, and if we had no plans on re-upping our own Code Red system. Their system is identical to ours, so they basically have a large version of what we have, and they offer it to all the municipalities. But there are some restrictions on what you can use it for. We were in discussion with Rhode Island Emergency Management a possibility of doing that as a cost-saving measure. And then as we started to realize we're going to need this quite a bit during this vaccine rollout, we thought it was in the best interest to just go ahead and pay the bill and continue to use the system until this one expired. And again, we'll have that conversation with Rhode Island Emergency Management again, went closer to the expiration date to see what direction we're going to go in the future.
Sure, Chief, thank you. So you actually you're anticipating a couple of my questions, so that's good.
A long time together.
We have, Chief. So if I understand you correctly, you just indicated that we have not paid the bill as yet. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I'll let Chief McMichael's been in conversations with OnSolve about our contract, and if you will, he'll make some comments on his discussions with that company. Chief.
Good evening. Yes, I did have some conversations with OnSolve about this. Told them that we were looking at REMA's option as well. And in the end, we did decide, being in the middle of a pandemic, that we would just stick with the current system that we have. It was not a good time for us to test the waters. We'll do that later down the road, but we did want to ensure that we would have no interruption in service because we were past the deadline for the bill to be paid. And they did assure us, once I explained to them that we had to get this before council and things of that nature, they assured us there'd be no delay and interruption. I did provide them an assurance that we would be maintaining the contract for the rest of the year.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, and thank you for that due diligence. And also, kudos for doing the legwork to see if there was something as good, perhaps better, that could save us some money. And as you guys know, I support that as well. So thank you. And thank you for the anticipation, Deputy Chief. All set.
Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt.
I apologize. I did have, am I up? Okay.
Yeah, you're up. I'm sorry.
I didn't read all my notes here. So just one other one. I think with the vaccines and the pandemic, it stressed the importance to our residents of being enrolled in this service. And I would just encourage us, do you know, Assistant Chief, how many residents are currently enrolled to receive our alerts?
No, I don't have that number offhand, but I believe the last time I did an alert, I believe it went out to about 70,000 numbers. So some people have multiple numbers listed, a home and a cell, but I believe it went out to over 70,000 people. And then obviously text message, email, they can do a Twitter blast if you want to do that. It goes out by teletype, goes out by every means possible that you register as.
Yeah, very powerful. And I would just encourage my colleagues and anyone else in the city who has interaction with residents to encourage people to subscribe to this, because it's a valuable channel. As one of my colleagues mentioned, not everyone's on social media, not everyone has access. But if you have a phone, even a landline, you can receive these alerts. So very important, and I intend to support it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from the council? Any other questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Are there any questions from the public?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. May I have a motion?
Favorable.
Thank you. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I just checked to make sure I wasn't muted. All right. Item number 21 on the bid package. 2021-275 powered air purifying respirators and accessories.
All right, we have a little housekeeping note on this one. I just noticed in the bid package that the bid for 275, which I believe starts on page 111.
Yep.
The supporting documents for that are actually in the next bid, so they're flipped. So the air purifying respirator accessories documents would be page 117 through 120. And then the vice versa for the other one. The one that we're going to do next, those supporting documents are actually in pages 112 through 115. So they're kind of flipped on each other.
I see. I see.
They're very similar 56.6s for the same grant. So anyway, we're going to talk about 2021-275, which is 56.6 exception to bid for powered air purifying respirators. We're seeking an award to Shipman's Fire Equipment for the amount of $89,790.88. Fall of 2020, this fire department was awarded a grant of $123,606 from FEMA. This was an assistance to firefighters grant specific to the COVID pandemic. We applied and were awarded this grant. What this grant will do between this bid and the one we'll discuss next is it provides each one of our providers, all 178 of our firefighters, with their own level B protective suit, with their own self-contained mask and filter cartridges that is reusable and cleanable. And it also is going to provide each of our rescues two what we call PAPRs, or these purified air, I'm getting myself mixed up with the name, powered air purifying respirators, which are basically like those air-powered hoods you would see in the movies when they're, taking care of viruses. So what that allows them to do is work for long periods of time in the back of the rescue with powered air blown at them into a hood instead of trying to suck air through a filter. So they can work much more comfortably for long periods of time. This one specifically is for all of the equipment that's manufactured by Scott Safety, which is a sole vendor, or Shipman's is the sole vendor for Scott Health and Safety in Rhode Island. So that's why we're asking for the 56.6. And this is, we're looking for $89,790.88. 100% reimbursable through that AFG grant. And this is going to come from our 38815 fire grants code for FEMA COVID-20.
You said a number of, just for clarification, because I think I was too focused on the paper. You said you wanted 88, where I don't see that number, the 88,000.
So it's going to be in my position paper on page 117. Remember the documents are flipped. So it's 89,790.88 cents. It should also be the total at the bottom of page 118.
I have it. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Well, I thought I put the papers in order after you corrected it, and I didn't. So, okay, I understand. And this is a grant. This is a grant you received, specific, COVID specific.
That's correct. Yep. It was a sub grant of the AFG just for.
Got it. Thank you. Any questions from the committee?
We say it.
Go ahead, Councilman Gethardt. You're all set.
We say it every time, but kudos on the forethought and proactivity on going out and securing these grants to provide this much needed safety equipment. So thank you.
There's a grant out there. My grant team will find it and they'll put in for it.
I think it's been proven. Thank you so much, Deputy. Thank you, Councilman. Is there another question from the committee? Any questions from the committee? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Deputy Chief, you said this is 100% reimbursable. So is that to mean that there is no matching funds required from the city?
We do have a 10% match on this one. I apologize. It's 100% reimbursable for the expenses from the account, but we do have to provide a 10% match.
10%
So I
match.
believe the city's share of that is going to be $11,236.91 of the 100.
For both items.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
both.
for both items altogether, the entire grant.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you much. May I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Last item of the bid package, 2021-276, level B, reusable isolation coveralls. Chief.
All right, so housekeeping again, it starts on 116, but the supporting documents are going to be back on page 112 through 115. So this is a 56 exception to bid for level B reusable isolation coveralls. Again, this is going to go to Shipman's Fire Equipment for $33,115. This is that same grant that we were just talking about. The Fire Decks, which is the brand that we put in for on this when we submitted our bid, is a sole source vendor for Shipman's Fire Equipment again. We're looking for that award of $33,115. Again, reimbursable minus a 10% co-share from the fire grants code 38815.
For the grand total of the 123,000. Got it. Questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chen. I just wanted to make it clear. So Deputy Chief, 2021-275, that amount is actually the $89,790.88.
That's correct.
And then on 2021-276, it's actually the $33,115, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, don't we need to make an amendment on both of those items? We're changing the amounts of each of the bids, so don't we need to do that with an amendment to make that change?
The way I saw it is the bids are correct, Councilman, but the paperwork was submitted in the wrong order. That was the only issue. Let me just double check what I checked.
Yeah, the consent calendar does have the contract awards backwards also.
No.
Yeah, it's showing the power air
Good catch.
purifiers for 33 grand.
Yeah, as long as 275 was indeed the air purifying respirators, I'm not sure which grant number was given to which of the, or which.
Yeah, that's what I have here. That the air pure was 2021-275, and the award letter 2021-276 was reusable coveralls. Yep.
All right, so is it backwards on our paper? Is that what it is?
Yeah, just in the packet, Councilman.
Okay.
But
Okay.
we did vote on the correct items. Yes, sir. And the amounts. Yes, sir.
Fine. Okay.
Chairman, the resolution does, the contract award is actually backwards. If you look at the resolution itself,
There you go.
it says 275 air purifying respirators, 33,000, and then level B 89. Those should be backwards. Those are backwards.
So, all right. Well, I missed a good catch, Councilman.
Thank you.
I missed it too.
Solicitor, if I could get some advice, do we recall, can you please go through the procedures, please, on what I would do with item 21 so we can.
So just to be clear, and I'm pulling it up in the package, the resolution states that on 2021-275, powered air purifying respirators and accessories being awarded to Shipmans. The resolution that we voted on states it at 33,000. That is, the indication is that's supposed to read 89,790, and so the items are switched on the resolution. Is that correct, Chief?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm looking at the supplementary materials. I know they were out of order or, tied to the wrong ones, but those documents do back up those figures, correct?
Correct from my side, yep.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, it'd be in order for the committee to just take a motion to reconsider 21-275. And then after that, we're going to put a PCR on it because we have to do an amendment to change the amounts. So we're going to end up doing amendments on both of the next two items with PCRs, and then they'll get voted separately by the council.
Okay, give me one moment so I will make the motion a motion is made to reconsider 2021-275.
Seconded.
Thank you. Please give me one moment.
Just do a quick vote on that, even though you had seconds on both.
Yep. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
So that was the motion reconsider. Lynn, could I have a PCR?
32, PCR 32-21, please.
32-21, okay. So a motion to amend PCR 32-21 to the amount of $89,790.
And 88 cents.
And 88 cents, thank you. So I'll repeat the motion if that's okay, Bill?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. A motion to amend PCR 32-21 for the amount of $89,790.88.
Second.
I made the motion. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now, a motion for favorable action as amended for PCR 32-21.
Second.
Who was that, please? I'm sorry.
Councilman Gebhardt.
Thank you so much. All those in favor? Aye. Did you say aye, Councilman Fuller? I'm so sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, now for item 22, 2021. Before I don't think I put it to the vote yet, and I don't think I asked the public. So I'm going to ask, this is going to be amended. There's going to be PCR 33-21, right, Lynn?
Yes, 21, correct.
Thank you so much.
I'm getting feedback from somebody. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so am I.
I'm sorry.
I think it might be Councilman Gebhardt. Okay, thank you. So were there any questions from the council? Because it was Councilman Lattiser who identified it during the questions from the council. Is there any other questions from the council? Are there any questions from the public? Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before I continue, Councilman Lattiser, thank you very, very much again for noticing that. It was that was good catch.
You're welcome.
So now I will move item 22, 2021-276 is now PCR 33-21. A motion to amend the amount of $33,115. And was there a penny cent? Was there any?
No, even number.
All right, thank you. All right, a motion to amend PCR 33-21 to $33,115.
Second.
Seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
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 A motion for PCR 33-21 as amended.
Second.
Favorable action.
Oh, yeah. Favorable.
Favorable act. Okay, thank you.
Second.
Seconded. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Did I do everything correct, Billy? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'm going to take the blame on that one. I did
No.
these documents, and I missed that when I reviewed the documents before they went to council, so that's all.
No, it's better we fixed it and then pass the blame. We're good. It passed, and thank you for getting the grants. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So that concludes the finance bids. Now we're moving into the finance committee. If I could ask the council president for acceptance of the minutes, council committee is okay. If I could ask the council president, thank you. Council president, acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on December 21st, 2020.
I move favorable action.
Favorable action. I second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, council president. If I may have a motion for the January 6th, 2021 meeting.
So moved.
For favorable action. Seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. If I have a motion for favorable action for the January 20th meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Do I have a motion for the February 1st meeting?
So moved.
Second.
For favorable action, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Item number 2, PCO 2420, Sub A, ordinance in regards to modernization of public safety equipment. I am going to ask that we are actually, just to give everyone an update, this is in discussion with working with the administration and working with the council president and all the departments. I am going to request that this is held until the March 8th meeting. May I have a motion?
Motion to hold to the March 8th meeting.
I'll second that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No, item number 3, PCR 195-19, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study health insurance benefits. Councilman Sinapi.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
For that one, looking to have that held until April 19th, please.
May I have I have a motion from the sponsor to hold until April 19th. Do I have a second?
Somebody needs to make that motion from the committee.
Second.
I make the motion to hold.
Till April 19th. Seconded from Councilman Gavin.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Billy. Item number 4, I'm going to give you the shortened version of it. Well, I'll give you it. PCR 29-20, resolution memorializing the General Assembly to enact legislation authorizing the city of Warwick to issue and not to exceed $10 million general obligation bond notes and other evidence of indebtedness to finance the construction, renovation, improvement, alteration, repair, furnishing, and equipment of the athletic and/or recreation fields and facilities for the city's high schools, subject to approval of the state housing aid and reimbursement rate or state share ratios of not less than 35% at the time of issuance, provided that the authorization shall be reduced to the amount of certain grants received from the state bond proceeds, from the Rhode Island Department of Education or from the Rhode Island School Building Authority. Councilman Sinapi.
I didn't catch that. One more time. That one is going to get held until March 22nd. I mean, in all fairness, this one likely will eventually go away because it'll make room for the bond that's going to combine this with hopefully a high school. But unless and until the school committee decides that, I want to keep it alive.
Respectfully understood. I'll make the motion to hold till March 22nd.
Second.
I have a numerous second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 5. A resolution addressing fiscal requests for education for fiscal year 2020 to 2021. Councilman Sinapi, this item is not drafted.
So we're going to have that held to the same thing, March 22nd, for the same reason, unless and until the school committee decides what they need.
Thank you. I'll make the motion, hold till March 22nd per request of the sponsor.
Second.
Motion made, seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Now, item number 6, PCR 97-20, resolution regarding ratification of the Cooper Building lease. Councilman Sinapi.
Same thing, hold till March 22nd, just waiting to hear from Boys and Girls Club as to when they reach an agreement.
Thank you much. I'll make the motion per request of the sponsor, hold until March 22nd.
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. The time is now 9:50 p.m. The Finance Committee is adjourned. Thank you so much to the committee members and to the assistance of everyone on the council.
Next up, we have the Public Safety Committee. This is Chairman Foley, Councilman Ricks, Councilman McElroy. And for the purposes of the December 21st minutes, at the discretion of the president, it would be in order for either Councilman Sinapi or Councilman Howe, who are prior members of the committee, to be part of that vote. Members who weren't part of that committee last term, please abstain.
Thank you. Would one of those gentlemen request approval of those?
I'm not on the committee. I don't think I'm allowed to.
Council President.
So under Rule 9, there's some limited discretion here for vacancies that the president can assign someone. In this case, we wouldn't have an ability to have a motion ever absent a temporary replacement to the committee. So if the council president could assign one of the former members of the committee, that's kind of how we could resolve this issue to move the minutes.
And former committee members were Howe and Sinapi?
Yes.
All right, Councilman Howe.
Move.
Ask you.
Yes, sir. Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
You muted, Councilman
Yes,
Foley.
thank you. Favorable action on the minutes for the January 8th meeting. I'm sorry, January 6th, my bad.
Favorable action.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion for action on the January 20th minutes.
Favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion for action on motion for action on the February 1st minutes.
Favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 1. Oh, I'm sorry. The meeting was called to order at 9:52. Action, item number 1. PCR-95-20 resolution regards to erecting stop signs on the secondary roadways of Grimshaw Place, Hackman Place, Worth Street, Crystal Drive, and Lockwood Street. Councilman Lassiter.
Excuse me, you're calling me?
Yeah, the resolution in front of us on regards to the stop signs?
Yes, okay, yeah, this is Councilman Lattiser. It's held till April 19th, please.
April 19th, thank you. I'm sorry, I just procedure. Do I need a
Yes.
motion on that?
Yes, would someone please make the motion?
Thank you.
Move to hold to April 19th.
Thank you. Seconded?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item number 2, PCR 21-21 resolution relative to claims for lien Frink. The recommendation was for favorable action.
If I may start off the discussion.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I believe that this was previously before us, and there was an issue in terms of there appears to be one quote for labor. There are several quotes for the materials. I think that this is something that Councilman Lattiser had also discussed last time on the record, as the quote on the labor is $400. I'm not sure if notice had gone out or if there had been any response from the claimant.
I have not received any. We asked the finance department to reach out to them.
I didn't receive anything on the three claims that were continued till tonight. From finance or from Joe. So, from Joanne, sorry.
That's right. Thank you. So, is there a motion in front of us?
I see that Joanne has her hand raised.
Hi,
Muted, Joanne.
sorry. When I talked to finance, the issue with them getting extra quotes for the labor and stuff is a COVID issue, because they have to try to get the quotes via phone. And a lot of companies can't do it without seeing the vehicles. So that has been the issue. So finance hasn't been pressing that issue. I don't know if that helps you answer that or not, because then a lot of constituents can't drive their car to different garages either to do that. So that's what I was told.
Thank you. Well, the recommendation is for approval of this claim in the amount of $824. Do we have a motion?
I'll move.
Any further
favorable
discussion, public?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Bill. I'm sorry, but any other comments from members of the committee? Any other questions from members of the committee? Any other questions from members of the council? Any other questions from the public? Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have a motion? The recommendation is for approval for $824.
I'll move favorable action in the amount of $824 as recommended, based on it being the lowest of the estimates provided.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item number 3, PCR 22-21 resolution relative to claims, Andrew Kopp. The recommendation is for approval in the amount of $193.31. Any questions from the committee?
Yes, my question is, it appears that there is only the one quote on the labor that's from the invoice. We don't have any quote on the labor from the estimates. Both of the estimates are $59 and change less than the invoice, but neither of the estimates includes a quote on labor. So I believe that under our rules and our typical procedure with this committee, we would award for the lowest number. Unfortunately, that doesn't count the labor component. So if I recall correctly, I believe that this one had also previously come before this committee, and the claimant was given an opportunity to include additional labor estimates. From what I'm understanding from Lynn and Joanne is that we have not received anything. So I think that it would be appropriate, unless we received something prior to the next city council meeting. I think that as previously, I believe with the claim of Mr. Houlet as a recent example, that we can go ahead and approve the lowest of the estimates. Really, the other two estimates are tied for the lowest, and that would be in the amount of $133.99.
Any other questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you. Not so much a question. I'd just like to put a point on the record. It's been referenced a couple of times in this meeting and previous meeting about the council chasing down quotes and estimates. I don't believe, this is my personal opinion, I don't believe that is the city council's job or the council liaison's job to be chasing estimates. I believe it is the job of the finance department to chase estimates. So perhaps this might be a conversation, we all want to have at a later date, but I just wanted to put that out there because of some comments made this evening referencing the city council chasing estimates. Thank you.
Thank you. To address that, I had a conversation with Joanne and Lynn about this, being new to the position. And we did go back to the finance department, and sometimes it appears that claimants aren't given the information that if they're going to get 3 estimates, make sure you get 3 estimates that are giving us material and labor. What they're being told is if they give 1 estimate, oh, you need 3, but not giving them enough information as to what to get. What happened last month, I think it was Councilman Ricks who said previous practice had been to ask 1 more time to fill in the blanks before we voted on it. That's why we gave them this extension. And if finance isn't reaching out to them, we're not chasing it. We're just giving our constituents that 1 more opportunity to fill in the information if finance department is able to get it from them. That's my understanding. Any questions from the public? Any comments from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So, Councilman Ricks, if I understand it, you'd like to make a motion to amend or the approval this claim in the amount of $133.99. Is that correct?
Favorable action in that amount, yes. But I did see that Councilman Snappy had his hand raised. I saw that Lynn had her hand raised, but then it went down.
So let me go to Councilman Sinapi first. Is there anything from you, sir?
All I was going to say is that previously, I'd say a couple of years ago, we did have an issue with finance not being willing to do a lot of the stuff we needed them to do. For whatever reason, there was just a disagreement of duties. More recently, I'd say like 6 months ago or so, they took a very different approach. They were very on the ball. Obviously can't speak to now because I'm not on the committee anymore, but I'd like to think they're continuing with that practice. But Councilman Lattiser was not wrong as far as we do give these people a lot of chances. And I know we actually talked about coming up with a procedure possibly in the future so that this is more streamlined. It's like a set thing of like, look, you have X amount of time if we're giving you these chances. That's definitely something we might want to look into. That way we're not constantly all having this exact discussion of, I think it was the practice before, and maybe we should do this way, maybe we do it that way, because it does get time consuming. Councilman Lattiser's point previously, I think a couple of meetings ago, he was dead on in that regard.
Thank you. Lynn, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's all right.
You had touched on everything. I just wanted to clarify that I have reached out to finance. I really wish those claims would not come up until they're completed. We seem to be having a lot of them lately that we pull off and we hold for additional information that I don't know who's requesting it because it's not coming from here. So I would just hope that we could get some kind of clarification with finance as to exactly what you want your estimates to be so that they're not sending incomplete claims up here. And then you're just going through it over and over. So if somebody wants to put that out, I will certainly reach out to finance and say, this is how you want it.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with all that said, I know Councilman Sinapi has made some changes to this when he was on the committee. And Chairman Howe is now Chair of Finance. I'll just throw it out there. I'll be more than happy to work with both of you gentlemen on a quick committee if you'd like. And let's redo this thing once and for all. And I'll docket a resolution to that effect this evening.
Thank you. Any other questions? I see Councilman Howe.
I would just like to say that I agree with Councilman Lattiser, and I'll be happy to work with that, because I also, as I mentioned in the last meeting, am a little concerned about some of the comments. Oh, I'm sorry, not the comments. I apologize. I'm concerned about some of the way we're tallying, and maybe if we made it clearer for the citizens, it would also help considerably. Thank you, Mr.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Any other questions or comments from the council? Any questions or comments from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have a question.
Okay.
Hi, just a comment from a citizen observer.
Yes.
Having listened to these processes for many months now, it seems to me like you guys do spend an inordinate amount of time on this stuff, and your time is better spent when you're dealing with expenditures of, hundreds of thousands of dollars in the city budget. So, I don't know, from just a citizen observer, I have no stake in this. I would think the more you can offload this to some other bureaucratic kind of office and to citizens and hold them accountable for following the rules, whatever they may be, you guys would be better off.
Thank you. Could you identify yourself just for the record?
Yeah, Barbara Walsh.
Hi, Barbara. Thank you very much. Appreciate you hanging in with us.
It's fun.
Anything else, miss?
No,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I need a motion from the committee.
Based on the reasons as this person has previously received notice, they move favorable action for the lowest of the three estimates in the amount of $239.98.
Hold on a second. I don't know if, no, your dollar amount.
That's the next claim, Councilman.
You're on, it should be 133.99, I believe.
Pardon me, skipping ahead. Yes, move favorable action in the amount of $133.99.
Second.
All right, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm trying to make my note. 133. And item number 4, PCR 23-21, resolution relative to claims, Marianne Tucci. The recommendation is for the amount of $239.98. Any comments from the committee?
For the reasons I prematurely stated, after the opportunity of everyone to comment, I would make a motion to the effect as recommended by the department in the amount of $239.98.
Second.
Well, before, any comments from the council? I'm getting better, Mr. Walsh. I saw the nod there. Thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Oh, I'm sorry, the council. Any comments from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Having no comments, motion, please.
Move favorable action, $239.98.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That would conclude the Public Safety Committee at 10:10 p.m. Next up would be the Intergovernmental Committee. This is Chairman McElroy, Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Foley. And similar to previously, Mr. President, if you could assign either Mr. Howe or Mr. McElroy. Actually, Mr. McElroy's on the committee still, so we need Councilman Howe to step in to vote the December 21 minutes.
Okay, so are we going to open up the committee first? Do you want Councilman McElroy to do that?
Yes, please.
Is now 10:11 and intergovernmental committee is now open. The first order of business is the acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on December 21st, 2020.
So I'm going to ask Councilman Howe to make that motion.
Move favorable action.
And then Councilman McElroy can second that because he was on the committee before. Is that correct? Yes, he's nodding yes.
Yes. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The second order of business is the acceptance of the minutes, January 5th, 2021.
Make a motion to accept.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Acceptance of the meetings on January 20th, 2021. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Acceptance of the minutes for the February 1st, 2021 meeting. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The first order of business is PCR 39-20, resolution in regards to a change to the Warwick City Council rules, Rule 30, docketing to allow that docketed business be heard at either the regular business or the public hearing meetings of the City Council. Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all probably realize, I've been holding this thing for a few months now. And the only reason I've been holding it is it was my understanding that some of my colleagues were looking to or anticipating on some additional amendments or possible amendments to the council rules. I just thought that out of courtesy and respect, I would just hold on this particular item and do things perhaps one time instead of a couple of times. But having said that, it's a really simple thing. It's just going to allow us to be able to have anything that we docket this evening, as an example, as long as it's drafted and ready in time to be heard at either of the two council meetings, as opposed to just one particular meeting of the month. With that policy in place currently, it could conceivably and has delayed the passage of some legislation a couple of extra months needlessly. It could be stop signs. It could be a whole host of things that could have been implemented sooner. Some of these items that are being delayed through no fault of any of ours, simply because of council rule, could also have an impact on health and safety of the people that we represent. So again, we can, I'm fine with making a request for favorable action on this evening. I'm fine with sending it to the council floor for discussion. I'm fine at if someone wants to prefer to hold it, assuming that we're going to have any other proposed changes to the council rules coming up soon. So that's that's where my position is on this, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, if I may.
Yeah, any other questions from the committee?
Not so much a question. Well, I guess it will end up being a question. Councilman Ladder said, yes, thank you for your patience on the rule amendments. I'm waiting for feedback from Nick Ron to solicitor number 2 now, so that kind of get all the feedback we need. So by the time it comes to the council, there's less questions and more answers. So I plan and I desperately want this to come before us in March, and I think it will. I see no reason why it wouldn't, and your changes implemented within it as well, because I have no disagreement. In fact, I agree that, especially because from the sheer complicated nature of the way that currently is, you shouldn't have to constantly guess and question, like, is it the second meeting, is it the first meeting, did that happen at this day, was it a business meeting? Like, that's complicated enough for us, let alone the general public. It's too much. So
We experienced it in January.
exactly. That's what brought it to a head too, because that was the most striking example of how kind of silly the situation is. So if it's all right with you, I'd like to hold this for that reason, just so that we're not doing this piecemeal.
I'm fine with that, Mr. Chairman, as long as we can all look forward to having this completed in March. And Councilman Sinapi, if you could, anyone else that has any other proposed changes, if you would be so kind as to apprise me of what those proposed changes are, so that I would have that ahead of time, especially seeing you guys had mine for 3 months now.
Seems fair.
I'm fine with that. So having said that, Councilman Sinapi, first meeting, we'll have go to second meeting in March. Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd request the whole list until the meeting of March 22, please.
Do I hear a motion from the committee?
Motion to hold.
So moved.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. What was that, March 22nd?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the next thing is number 2, PCR 79-20, resolution for engineering to create Buckeye Brook project. Councilman Howe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been looking closely at this, and since we just extended, this has to go with what we talked about in finance. But since we just extended the contract, and I do notice that communication has improved, and I'm going to request that this just get hold again until March 8th.
Okay. Second?
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Number 3, PCR 127-20, a resolution to discuss recommendations of the Chapter 4 Commission, PCR 36-19, relative to Chapter 4 of the Warwick Code of Ordinances entitled Animals and Fowl. Councilman Ricks and Councilman Sinapi?
Yep, looking to have that held until March, well, I had it written down, 22nd, please.
Agreed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Just to be clear, it sounded like that could have been a motion by Councilman Sinapi. Is there a second?
Sorry, I should have led with that. Habit.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The next one is item 4, PCR 15-21, resolution to the Rhode Island State Governor's Office in regards to the March 2020 CARES Act funding for the city of Warwick that is not drafted. Councilman Foley?
Hold that to the March 22nd meeting, please.
So moved.
And seconded by me.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, who just moved that?
I did. Snap it.
Yes, okay, sorry.
No worries.
It is now 10:20 and Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs is concluded.
So that brings us back to the Public Properties Land Use Committee and Community Affairs. This is Chairman Ricks, Councilman Foley, Councilman Gephardt. And for the limited purpose of December 21st minutes, Mr. President, Councilman McElroy would be in order.
Okay, if Councilman Wicks wants to reopen the committee.
Thank you. City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Public Affairs, Community Affairs, reopens at 10:21 p.m.
So the first item would be to approve the minutes from the December 21st meeting. I choose Councilman McElroy to make that motion, please.
I move acceptance of the minutes for January 21st?
No, the December 21st.
December 21st meeting.
And I believe Chairman Ricks can second that, correct?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next up, we have the minutes of January 6, 2021. Do we have a motion?
Move favorable.
Move.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Next up, January 20, 2021 minutes. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion for favorable action to adopt the minutes. All in favor? Aye.
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 Lastly, on the minutes, I would entertain a motion to adopt the February 1st, 2021 minutes.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Moving ahead on the Pardon me while I was switching screens. Items 3 and 4 are introduced by Councilman Sinapi. We had discussed these, and he intended to hold these to March 22nd. So first up on the PCO 30- ordinance involving state law regarding unutilized commercial property. Do we have a motion to hold to March 22nd?
Motion to hold to March 22nd.
Seconded.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And lastly, PCO 10-20, an ordinance relative to amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinance, regulations for the installation of solar energy system. Do we have a motion to hold to March 22nd?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
And that concludes the City Council meeting on public properties, land use, and community affairs at 10:24 p.m.
Just give us a minute here. We're just going to get our notes in order, and then we will continue. All right, thank you very much. Just to give everybody at home, we are going to move back into the regular council meeting. We just finished up the committees. So I thank the committee members for doing that work here. We have earlier this evening, we started this meeting and we already addressed a number of things at the top here. So now if you're following along on the agenda, we are going to begin at number 1 under public comment. We did that Rule 41. So next up is number 1, announcement of appointments, and there are none. Number 2 is appointments requiring confirmation. There are none. So now we're going to move to the consent calendar. So first up in the consent calendar is PCR 26-21, a resolution related to bids. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2018-251 consultant services for Buckeye Brook permitting.
Councilman,
Yes.
real quick, you're going to move it.
I apologize. Move
first.
favorable
We're
action.
going to get a second, and then we'll do it. So,
Thank you.
Councilman Howe moves PCR 26-21 favorable action. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Gephardt. Okay, Councilman Howe for action.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2018-251 consultant services Buckeye Brook permitting remedial action, favorable action. 2020-241 heating oil, favorable action. 2020-261 radiator manufacturing and/or repair, favorable action. 2021-114 purchase tablet, radio mounting hardware and accessories, favorable action. 2021-200 banking services, favorable action. 2021-239 cement concrete mixes, controlled low strength materials, flowable fill, favorable action. 2021-241 analytical testing of water samples, favorable action. 2021-244 vehicle window tinting, favorable action. 2021-246A overhead door repair and replacement, favorable action. 2021-246B overhead door repair and replacement, favorable action. 2021-246C overhead door replacement, favorable action. 2021-265 purchase rollout carts and wheels, favorable action. 2021-271 items for meter replacement, favorable action. 2021-272 purchase extended warranty coverage for 2019 backhoe, favorable action. 2021-274 code red emergency notification system, favorable action. And then we
Thank you, Chairman Howe. Now, what the chairman just went over here, this is the things that are staying on the consent calendar. There's also items that have been pulled off, which we will vote on separately in a minute here, but this is for the consent calendar for the bids. So do we have any questions on those items that are in the consent calendar here? Hearing no questions, the clerk will call the roll on the consent calendar.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Rick?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, consent calendar passes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes. Now we're going to go back and address each item that was removed from the consent calendar. So, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Formerly 2020-109 is now PCR 27-21. It was voted to move to the council without recommendation. You want me to continue on with all of them, Mr. President?
No, we have to do each one individually. So please, can you remind the council on what this bid is, and then we'll need to make a recommendation one way or the other to move it and then discuss it.
Certainly. This was for payment. We received the DPW received invoices from a company to do an emergency payment, emergency replacement, as well as accidental replacement of traffic poles, light maintenance and repair. The question was brought up by a council person about the billing and where exactly what the bill wasn't itemized, and I'll leave it to the councilman to expand on that. So the decision was made by the council when the councilman requested that this turn into a PCR, and so it was made decision then was made by the committee to move it to the council without a recommendation to be discussed.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, I'm going to call on council members to bid it, but we can move favorable, we can move unfavorable, we can hold. It is up to the pleasure of the council here. So do I have anyone that'd like to discuss this bid? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So the reason I requested this to be assigned to PCR is because I didn't get clarity on the hours that were applied to this going back months ago, actually. And having said that, I cannot support paying out these monies when I don't have documentation to quantify whether this was overtime, double time, when the time was put in. There is no breakdown other than we had 2 hours of overtime, and we had 5 hours of double time, and we had 4 hours of journey time. The initial description in here called for an emergency call on 7/14 at 6:30 p.m. New controls were installed the next day. So the question was, where is documentation for the hours and the people that did this work? Did they do it at 8 o'clock in the morning? Did they do it at 8 o'clock at night? I think that's fair and reasonable expectation that in order to be able to approve an invoice, that you would want that clarification. I don't think any one of us would go into any store or purchase anything with an invoice such as this that doesn't have clarification. I don't think any one of us would hire a contractor to come into our homes and do any type of work on our homes and send us a bill for 4 hours of regular time, 2 hours of overtime, and 5 hours of double time. And we would just say, fine, let's pay it without documentation. So it's for those reasons that, in my opinion, in order to do my due diligence on behalf of the taxpayers, I'm not going to be able to support this item without that documentation. So that's why, Mr. President, I had made the motion to assign it PCR.
Thank you very much. I think those are questions that we should get an answer for. So I will make the recommendation that we hold this so we can follow up with the administration and they can answer those questions. I will make the motion to hold. We'll do it for the next meeting so we can follow up with the administration. That's my recommendation. If anybody would like to second that or speak on that.
Mr. President, may I just one?
Sure.
Okay. I just like to make my position clear that this didn't occur on the watch of the current administration. It occurred on the previous administration, and it was before the current director and the current mayor. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the support.
I second your motion, Mr. President.
Okay, so we have a motion to hold to the next meeting, which is, I believe, March 8th, and a second. Do we have any questions on this? Okay, if not, the clerk will take a roll on to hold this new, it's now PCR 2721 to the March 8th meeting.
Thank you.
Is this
What is happening here?
Do we need to take a vote on this, or can we just hold it?
You could have just held it in
All right, I know, but we're here now, so we're here now, so I'm asking if we can hold it. And should we vote on it, Mr. Conley? You're muted.
And now that it's in front of the council, you should vote to hold it.
Okay, so we've made the motion to hold. It's been seconded. The clerk will call the roll.
Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Rick,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes to hold till March 8th.
Thank you. So Councilman Howe, we're going to go back to you now for the second item that was pulled off the consent calendar.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Formerly 2021-142, athletic field marking paint. It was amended. It is now PCR 2821. The total amount was amended from $14,000 to $6,000, and the committee recommended as amended favorable action.
Okay, I'll take that as motion as favorable action. Do I have a second on the amendment?
Second.
Second.
Second. Any questions on this PCR 28-21? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Rick,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes, PCR 2821 passes.
Thank you. It passes as amendment. Can we move it favorable as amended?
Sorry.
Yeah, move favorable as amendment. Can I, Councilman Howe, can you make that amendment? I mean, make that motion, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Move PCR 2821 favorable as amended.
Second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman McElroy. Any questions on the amendment? Okay, this is for favorable action PCR 2821 as amended. The clerk will call the roll.
Allison,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Gebhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser, Mr. Lattiser,
Yes, of course.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Rick,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes, now it passes. Thank you.
Thank you. PCR 28-21 passes. Number 3 on the pulled off from the docket, Councilman Howe.
Yes, Mr. President, there are 3 items that were held in assigned PCRs. Originally 2021-240A, Warwick gasoline, low sulfur fuel, diesel, and low sulfur diesel fuel. All of them have the same title. So that one item that used to be 2021-240A is held until is PCR 2921, held until March 8th.
Okay.
PC 2021-240B, same title, PCR 30-31, correction, PCR 30-21, hold until March 8th.
Hold until March 8th, okay.
2021-240C, the same title, now PCR 31-21, hold until March 8th.
Hold until March 8th, okay. The 6th item that was pulled off the consent calendar, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Item 21-2021-275, now PCR 32-21. Just a reminder, this is where the documentation and the numbers didn't match the requested award amount. So we had to amend the award amount to this item. So PCR 32-21, the amount was originally mistaken as $33,115. It was amended to $89,790. And the next item, which would be also be a PCR, was then given the correct amount.
Okay, thank you very much. So you're going to make a motion on PCR 32-21, and you're going to amend it, and you're going to read those numbers one more time for us, and I believe it's $89,790.88.
Yes. So move favorable action on PCR 32-21 for the amount of $89,790.88.
Do I have a second to Councilman Howe's motion? Second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Foley. Okay, any questions on the amendment? Okay, hearing none, we will take, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley, Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes to amend.
Thank you very much. Councilman Howe, will you move this as amended?
Move favorable action on PCR 3221 as amended.
Do I have a second to the Councilman Howe's, Councilman Foley, Councilman Lattiser? Any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on PCR 32-21 as amended.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes as amended.
Thank you. PCR 32-21 as amended passes. The seventh item, Councilman Howe, that has been pulled off the consent calendar.
Seventh and final item, Mr. President, is formally 2021-276 Level B reusable isolation coveralls. Like the previous, the correct amount had to be added of $33,115. Recommend favorable action on PCR 33-21 for the amount of $33,115.
Okay, so you are recommending favorable action as amended in that amount of $33,115.
On the amendment, yes, Mr. President.
On the amendment. Do I have a second to Councilman Howe's amendment?
Second.
Second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilwoman Travis. Any questions on this? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes to amend.
Thank you.
Mo-
Councilman Howe, will you move as amended?
Move favorable action on PCR 33-21 as amended.
Seconded by Councilman Lattiser. Any questions? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes as amended.
Thank you very much. I would also like to, I just want to take a moment to thank the committee and the council. That was a very large finance docket this evening. I think we had really good debate. Lots of information was exchanged, and I want to thank the department heads as well that brought this for us. That was quite the agenda this evening. So I just want to thank everybody involved for their work on behalf of the residents of our city.
Thank you.
Next up, we have already addressed, which was PCO 1-21. We held that earlier this evening. That was favorable action, as well as number 2 on the agenda this evening, PCO 2-21. That was also moved as a favorable action. So now we are going to move into unfinished business. First off, and that is a PCO 30-19, an ordinance involving state law requiring underutilized commercial property. This is not drafted public properties.
Hold to March 22nd.
Hold to March 22nd. Next up is PCO 10-20, an ordinance relative to an amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinance regulations for installation of a solar energy system. This is not drafted. Committee report, land use.
Hold to March 22nd.
Hold to March 22nd. Number 3 this evening is PCO 24-20 Sub A, an ordinance in regards to modernization of the public safety equipment. This is for first passage as amended. Committee report, Finance.
Hold till March 8th.
Hold to March 8th. Next up is number 4 on the agenda this evening is 195-19, a resolution relative to creating a commission to study health insurance benefits. This is committee report, Finance.
Hold till April 19th.
Hold to April 19th. Number 5 is PCR 29-20, a resolution memorializing the General Assembly to enact legislation authorizing the city of Warwick to issue not to exceed 10 million general obligation bonds and additional information. This is committee report, Finance.
Took the easy way out. Hold till April 19th.
I have March 22nd for that on my notes.
I have, I wrote April 19th. Councilman Sinapi?
Give me one moment, please. I'm pulling it up. That was the bond one, right?
Correct.
I had
Yeah.
March
I have March
22nd on my notes.
Then I stand corrected. I apologize. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilman Sinapi.
Okay, hold to March 22nd. Number 6 is PCR 39-20, a resolution in regards to a change of the Warwick City Council rules, Rule 30, docketing to allow that docketed business be heard at either the regular business or public hearing meetings of the City Council. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold to March 22nd.
Hold to March 22nd. Number 7 is PCR 41A-20, a resolution addressing fiscal requests for education for the fiscal year 2020 through 2021. This is not drafted. Committee report, Finance.
I was double checking my notes now. So this is for the,
I believe it's
here we
hold
go,
to
March 22nd. Hold till March 22nd.
Hold to March 22nd. Number 8 this evening is PCR 79-20, a resolution for engineering to create the Buckeye Brook project. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold to March 8th.
Hold to March 8th. Number 9 this evening is PCR 95-20, a resolution in regards to erecting stop signs on the secondary roadways of Grimshaw Place, Hackman Place, Worth Street, Crystal Drive, and Lockwood Street. This is not drafted. Committee report, Public Safety. Councilman Foley, I
Hold to
believe that's
March
held to April
22nd.
19th. I have April 19th.
April 19th, yes,
notes.
sir.
Hold till April 19th. Number 10 this evening is PCR 97-20, a resolution regarding ratifying the Cooper Building lease. Committee report, Finance.
Hold till March 22nd.
Hold to March 22nd. Number 11 this evening is PCR 127-20, a resolution to discuss recommendations of Chapter 4 Commission, PCR 36-19. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold to March 22nd.
Hold to March 22nd. 12, item number 12 this evening is PCR 15-21, a resolution to the Rhode Island State Governor's Office in regards to the March 20th CARES Act funding for the city of Warwick. This is not drafted. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold to March 22nd.
Hold to March 22nd. 13 this evening is PCR 21-21, a resolution relative to claims. Committee report, Public Safety.
Recommend favorable action in the amount of $824.
The chairman moves committee for favorable action. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Ricks. Any questions on this claim in the amount of $824? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I apologize to the committee and to the council. I had lost track of my notes on this particular item. In addition to the amount of the labor charge that was being suggested, the bigger issue, as I see it, was the fact that the proposal from L Train Construction did not contain his registration number as required by Rhode Island general law. It also did not, he does not have a registration as my investigation looked at it. And there is no signature on this so-called contract. So I just want to present to everyone that, to my knowledge, no attempt was made by L Train Construction to present to us or to the city any contractor's registration. And by the way, it's required to be a registered contractor here in the state of Rhode Island. You are subject up to a $5,000 fine for working without a registration. And if the product that you are going to provide requires a building permit, you cannot get a building permit without a registration. So we have no idea if this contractor is registered or not. Matter of fact, we don't even have any idea if he's insured. And to approve this would potentially be putting this individual homeowner in harm's way if there's an issue with this work, and potentially putting the city in harm's way for awarding this as well. So my suggestion on this, I'll be voting no if you move forward with it for those reasons. But my suggestion is, if you so desire to give this person a third bite at the apple, that the homeowner be notified or the contractor be notified to provide the registration documents as well as the insurance documents to solidify that this company is in fact a legal contractor. That's my position, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Lattiser. Chairman Foley.
Am I incorrect? The amount awarded would be paid to the constituent, not to the company. Am I correct?
Councilman Lattiser, do you know the answer to that, or is
yes, to my knowledge, it would be, but you are basing a decision to award on an illegal, at least as we have it in our possession, an illegal estimate. You must be a licensed contractor in order to issue any type of formal proposal. And a formal proposal over $1,000 must be in writing. And to be in writing, it must be on the appropriate documents that will show a registration number to certify that you are registered. And also, technically, with a contract, it must contain a right of rescission clause and a mechanic's lien notice as well. So we don't have that. So I don't know. I know I cannot approve this. I cannot vote favorably on this because the request for compensation or the amount of this work is not legal. It's not a legal request based upon the information that we have in front of us. If this contractor can produce his contractor's registration information and his insurance, fine. Then you can take it up whether or not you think the amount of labor is fair. But I think that to vote on this, to award damages based upon a contract that is before us, which is not legal, is not right.
I withdraw my second and would suggest that we may want to hold this to March 22nd.
Okay, so we so Councilman Ricks has pulled his second on that. Does that, are we free to make another motion? Do we have to if we're going to hold something, can't we just move that first?
Yes.
Okay, so Councilman Ricks makes a motion to hold till March 22nd. Is that correct, sir? All right, is there a second to that? Second, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Howe. Okay, so we will.
Mr. President, yep. one further question. So can we decide who is going to do the follow-up on this? Is it going to be the finance department that's going to follow up on this?
I think we'll have to work that out tomorrow. I don't know if this is the proper venue for that, but I will get with the chairman of that committee tomorrow, and we will follow up. So we're going to hold PCR 21-21 to March. Remind me of the date one more time.
March 22nd.
March 22nd. Thank you. Number 14 is PCR 22-21, a resolution relative to claims. Councilman Foley.
Recommendation for approval in the amount of $133.99.
Do we have a second to for that favorable action? Second, and Councilman Howe. And Councilman Lattiser. Any questions on this claim? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
What's happening? Mr. McAllister, I can't hear anyone. Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Rick?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, PCR 2221, 133.99 passes.
Thank you very much. Number 15, PCR 23-21, another resolution to claims. Councilman Foley.
Recommendation for approval in the amount of $239.98.
So I'll take that as a motion for favorable action. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Ricks, Councilman Howe. Any questions on this claim? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Rick?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, PCR 2321 for 239.98 passes.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to.
I'm sorry.
Yep, go
I
ahead.
just have a procedural question. Attorney Conley, do we need to take a vote on the one that we just held? PCR 2121? It came out of committee with a favorable recommendation.
We should vote to hold it.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank
Sorry.
you. Nope, thank you.
So PCR 2120, the recommendation was to hold to 3/22 of 21.
Okay, do I have a motion to hold to 21-21 to hold?
You
So
did.
moved.
Whoop.
Moved by Councilman Ricks, seconded by Councilman Lattiser, Councilwoman Travis. Any questions? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll to hold this item.
Counselor?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes to hold PCR 2121 to 3/22.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to move into unanimous consent. First up is PCR 24-21, a resolution in observance of Black History Month. As we know, February is Black History Month. I'm glad that the City Council is doing a formal resolution to recognize that. I think it's important that we celebrate our diversity and we all learn about the history of our country. So I will be supporting this. Happy to, first we need a motion for action on this. Would anybody like to make a motion on PCR 24-21? Councilman
Move for
Sinapi makes the
favorable
motion, second by Councilman Ricks, Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Foley, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Lattiser. Would anybody like to speak on this resolution? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes, PCR 2421 passes.
Thank you very much. The motion passes. Next up under unanimous consent is PCR 25-21, a resolution requesting the governor of Rhode Island and the executive in the Rhode Island General Assembly adjust public health guidelines and executive orders that are harming Rhode Island's small business community. Councilman Gephardt, would you like to speak on this?
Yeah. Oh, can you hear me? I got a little background there. Yeah, no, I appreciate my colleagues signing on to this. You know, throughout the pandemic, I think we've all been adversely impacted. Kids aren't in school. People are unable to make their living in the way that they were previously. But especially the restaurant community has been impacted by this. And you know, early in the pandemic, a lot of these folks made significant efforts to make changes, make investments in their business in order to safely take care of their customers, as did many small businesses. And with the changing regulations, it's been an onerous burden on them to keep up their business, to stay open. We know that small businesses are the lifeblood of our community, and we just wanted to make sure that they know that we have their back, that we appreciate the efforts that they're going through to do business, but also to do business safely. And we are asking here that those mitigating measures that they've taken be taken into consideration in all future regulations that may limit their ability to do business. So I'll hold there. If anyone has any questions, please feel free.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to speak on PCR 25-21? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to be added to this as a co-sponsor. I was not asked about it prior, but I do want to be added on as a co-sponsor. I think this is an excellent piece of legislation. And I know numerous businesses that have lost everything. They've lost their entire life savings. They've lost their homes. They've lost their opportunity. Many people have actually lost their will. The frustration from much of the business community is the lack of consistency or evenness on enforcement, and who was going to do what and how you were going to do it. It's a terrible situation all around. I have been contacted by countless constituents who have not been able to go to work because of various reasons. And it's a really, really difficult situation. Of course, health safety of everyone is certainly paramount, but I think at some point there's got to be a reasonableness applied to what you can do and what you can't do. And it has to be unilaterally applied to everyone, not just certain someones. My kudos to those who put this together and drafted it. And I am happy to sign on as a co-sponsor, and hopefully it's going to have an impact upstate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Lattiser. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. First, I'm going to say that I am not voting against this. This is an item on our docket under unanimous consent, and I am not withholding consent as to this item. I will say, however, that some of the language is a little bit on the broad side for me. I can certainly agree with my colleagues, Councilman Gebhardt, Councilman Lattiser, and all those who would agree with them that there are many restrictions that we can point to that have been uneven and need to be properly calibrated. And at the same time, I feel that some of the language in what it refers to may have been a little bit overeager for my taste, given that although the numbers have come down dramatically since early January, where we were regularly seeing 1,000 plus daily cases of COVID, and now we're at less than half of those numbers in recent days. But we do have legitimate concerns about new strains, and for those reasons, I certainly think that the spirit of this resolution is absolutely in the right place, but I do have some reservations about some of the broadness, so that's my way of saying that I'm going to abstain.
Thank you very much, Councilman Ricks, and thank you for writing out your position so we know exactly where you're coming from. Would anybody else like to comment on PCR 25-21? Okay, I also would like to make a quick comment is just, I think this is we just want to show the business community that we're here for them. We're hearing them. That we know that they're struggling, and we want them to look to us for support in any way that we can help. This entire council is here for them. And, that's the intention of this resolution is to show all our support. And, and I thank Councilman Ricks. He knows that this is an important thing. He's not blocking it at all. He's just talking about the language part of it. But I know he is a supporter of the businesses, especially in his ward. He's given me the thumbs up there on that. So, hearing another, we will add Councilman Lattiser as a co-sponsor, and the clerk will call the roll on PCR 25-21.
Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Riggs,
Or, excuse me, abstain.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention.
Thank you. PCR 25-21 passes. Councilwoman Travis, can you move us to the docket session? Oh, no, I'm sorry. We got to do unanimous consent first.
Right.
Almost made it through. Ward 1, anything for unanimous consent? Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Pass.
Ward 6.
Pass.
Ward 7 will pass. Ward 8.
Pass.
Ward 9.
Pass.
All right. Now, Councilwoman Travis, will you move us to the docket session?
If there be no further business of this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
Okay. Any objections to moving to the docket session? Hearing none, we are in docket session. Ward 1, do you have anything to docket? Ward 2, anything to docket?
Yes, 4 items.
All right. What's
All
number
right.
1?
First, this is from the Planning Department. Resolution authorizing a lease renewal by and between the city of Warwick and the Federal Aviation Administration, in parentheticals FAA, for an approximate 400 square foot lease of land owned by the city of Warwick, located at 771 Post Road, for the purposes of maintaining the existing low-level wind shear alert system in parentheticals LLWAS.
All right, that definitely sounds like something that would come from the planning department. Let's put that in the Public Properties Land Use Committee.
Thank you. Second item would be, let's see, a resolution in observance of Women's History Month. And I believe that Councilwoman Travis is a co-sponsor, and I would invite any other members of the City Council to join as co-sponsors.
All right, I see lots of hands raised. Looks like we have everyone. If we could add everyone as a co-sponsor, and we will put that in the intergovernmental, please.
Thank you. The third item is resolution extending a commission to examine possible means of tax relief for Warwick property owners through tax exemptions and amendments to the composition of the same.
Okay, we'll put that in the ordinance committee.
And then the fourth one, this is really just a housekeeping one. Resolution extending the Chapter 4 Commission. Let's see. Well, I'll just say tentative title, resolution extending the Chapter 4 Commission.
Okay, intergovernmental. That's good from Ward 2?
That's
right.
everything.
Ward 3, anything to docket?
How do I follow up to that? Nothing to docket. Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Yes, I have three. The first is an ordinance, and the ordinance is in regards to amending the process and requirements as they apply to individual claims, and adding co-sponsors, Councilman Howell and Councilman Sinapi.
Okay, so that's going to be an ordinance, so we'll put that in ordinance committee.
Mr. President, Councilman Foley, I believe, wanted to be added to it.
Okay, sounds good. And that'll be an ordinance change, so we'll put that in the ordinance committee.
The next one is a resolution in regards to establishing a charter commission.
Yes, we will put that charter commission. That'll be intergovernmental.
And the next one is resolution, and I believe, and if I'm wrong, so, yeah, I can stand corrected, but I believe everyone on the council wanted to be added as a co-sponsor, and also Mayor Picozzi wants to be added as a co-sponsor. And it's a resolution in regards to designating a date to be determined as Joe Gallucci Day in the city of Warwick.
Yes, I think that everyone would like to co-sponsor that. We will put that into public properties, land use, and community affairs. I think that's a good one for community affairs. And if we could just go back to the charter commission, the docket, can we put that in the ordinance committee? Because I think it's a better fit there. Anything else, Councilor?
Sorry, which one did you just change?
No,
we're going to move the docket for the charter review commission to the ordinance committee.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. That was fine. Where are we at? Ward 6.
I have one. It's a resolution, and I co-sponsored by Council President. I believe everybody wanted to be part of this one too. A resolution to the governor and the Rhode Island General Assembly to allocate $8 million of the new stimulus money to after-school and summer programs.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you to my colleagues who co-sponsored on this as well. Everyone has been added as a co-sponsor, and we will put that into intergovernmental.
Thank you.
Ward 7 passes. Ward 8.
Just one resolution in regards to authority of the council regarding the addition, removal, or significant alteration of streetlights. Oh, it says resolution, but it should be ordinance. Sorry.
Okay, we'll put that in the ordinance committee. And Ward 9.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
All right. If there's no more business before the council, we will call it at 11:16 this evening.
Still beat the timer. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Great work
Good
tonight.
night.
Good night.
Good night. We did get a lot done.